What is poppin', everyone? Welcome to the Mix 10th year anniversary showcase. I am your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of the Mix, the Media Indie Exchange, Black Voices in Gaming, Indie Team, and Terabang Entertainment, and an advisor on the Humble Black Game Developer Fund. I am with my amazing co-host, Candace McKinney. What is up, Candy?
Hey, Justin, and hey, everybody out there. My name is Candace, and I am so excited to be here co-hosting the 10th anniversary Mix Showcase. Thank you so much for having me.
That's right, Candy. This marks 10 years, and it's been an amazing journey. We went from our first showcase in the cafeteria at IGN, and then expanded to showcases around the world. During 2020, we completely shifted to virtual events, garnering millions of views each year.
That is so impressive, Justin. You know, the Mix team has accomplished so much, so today we are going to celebrate. We've got over 80 games to show you. We're going to be highlighting different genres, gameplay, and artistic styles developed by some of the most talented devs from all over the globe. And for the finale, we'll be highlighting some new and unfamiliar titles from Black game developers throughout our Black Voices in Gaming feature.
Before we get started, we have to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors. Limited Run Games, Raw Fury, Razer for providing the PCs for the production and more. We also want to give a huge shout out to Intel for the Intel Game Dev Boost program. And thanks to all of the industry and publishing sponsors who helped make this showcase possible. We want to thank the devs and publishers, Akapura Games, Assemble Entertainment, Critical Reflex, Draw Distance, Goblins, Graffiti Games, Hype Train Digital, Merge, Modern Wolf, Movie Games, Neon Doctrine, Noodle Cake, Tiny Builds, Whitethorn Games, and all the developers who are participating. We also want to thank our broadcasting partners, IGN, GameSpot, Steam, and Twitch. You guys are amazing.
You guys, we've also teamed up with Valve to showcase games on the stream in order to support the devs. Be sure to check out the Mix 10th Anniversary Showcase page on Steam, where you can learn more about the games, buy games that are available now, or add games to your wish list for ones that haven't been released yet. Wish lists really help the devs, so let's make it happen.
Definitely pre-order the games, wish list the games. That definitely helps. Enough with the long-winded intro. Let's hop into our first set of games with a first look into a fun action-adventure game that is reminiscent of Miyazaki's masterpiece, Kiki's Delivery Service.
And we also have a new announcement of a game called In Stars and Time, as well as the world premiere of Cassette Beasts from Raw Fury. Let's get started.
Let's go.
Resolver la luz. Hi, I'm Alexi, audio director on Tinykin. In our last video, we talked about the storylines and characters you'll meet in the world of Tinykin. Today, let's talk about sound and music. Tinykin is a game about being small and getting very close to things we all know. You have walked on carpets, had showers, and picked up cardboard. So it's a great opportunity to make something that feels very familiar. Milo can step on everything in this big world. So each material needs to have its own audio feedback. Not only that, but each environment in the house has unique acoustics. So standing inside a TV will feel as huge as it does to an ant. We are also going the extra mile with music in Tinykin. Every room of the house has its own musical theme, and each one has many instrumental variations according to your position in that huge space. As Milo explores the living room, you'll hear the living room theme. But when he enters inside the piano to save a lost ant, the music will seamlessly blend to the piano variation of the living room. And inside the guitar living room theme. Even the church has its own version. Each room has more than 5 musical variations to help them feel like full living societies. Last but not least, voices. Milo's abilities are represented by living creatures named the Tinykin. They each have slightly different personalities, so they have to sound unique. Same goes for the NPCs. Silverfish and dung beetles are very different people in this world. So they need to have voices that represent their identities. I managed to record and perform every voices in the game so far. That's a very funny way to make them alive. We are still working hard on Tinykin, so stay tuned for our next videos.
Hey there, we're back. It only took us 5 years, but it's finally here.
Move or Die is coming to Nintendo Switch!
If you're looking for a family-friendly yet f***ed-up party game, this is it. Get together with your close ones and ruin some friendships with one single rule. Move or die. When it comes to multiplayer, you can play online, local wireless, or even move or die on the go. Pick from over 100 characters and dive into 50+ game modes. And if you want a challenge, throw in some mutators to spice things up. But let's be honest, that's mostly marketing talk. So let me rephrase. 6 whole years worth of updates, packed into the best friendship-ruining game. Move or Die. Out now on Nintendo Switch.
Wow, those first set of games, chef's kiss. I've been anticipating Soundfall since their crowdfunding campaign on Fig, and it looks fantastic. Mika and the Witch's Mountain looks magical and gives me the warm and fuzzies.
Well, speaking of the warm and fuzzies, Justin, up next is a segment of family-friendly games, starting with the world premiere of a new multiplayer narrative-driven RPG called Paladins. Let's check it out.
Can't wait.
Hi there, Thais, game designer at Seed by Seed Studio. We are happy to present you our second game. Paladins is a narrative adventure inspired by tabletop RPGs and playable with up to 4 friends online. You play as buskers who have the epic task of entertaining a mythical beast. If you like choose your own adventure books and board games, then this might be a good fit for you. You can subscribe to our newsletter to keep up with the info.
You are Lil Gator. Fall is here and you're back on the island, your favorite place in the world. You can practically see the wonderful memories come to life all around you. The best part is, Big Sis is here too. There's just one problem. She's still stuck in her schoolwork. There's only one way to get her to play with you. You've got to remind her how things used to be. In Lil Gator Game, you'll explore every corner of the beautiful island on the lake. Thanks to the help of your best friends, there are hats to wear, terrible monsters to beat, and new pals all over the place. If you want to impress Big Sis, you'll need all the paws you can get. Some friends are in grave danger. Others, not so much. Actually, it looks like that other guy was fine too. Whoops. Don't worry, you always have the chance to make things right. This bunny's craftsmanship will make a great addition to the playground. Now that you've got all this paper, time for some arts and crafts. Those quests gave you a bunch of great ideas. How about a new hat, or a new sword, or a new shield? There's no better way to bring color to the world. All right, you've got your new gear. Now what? Why don't you sled down a hill as fast as you can? Scale sheer rocks that only a kid would dare, and go higher with every bracelet you find. Get a bird's eye view by gliding across the island. Don't worry about all that water. Gators know how to swim. Uh-oh, looks like you might be lost. It's cool. Just head for something tall. You'll find your way again in no time. And what's the harm in getting lost anyway? There are all sorts of cool secret spots to find. With all this heroism, there's no way Big Sis can say no. At least that's what we hope. There's an island full of wonder, adventure, and friendship waiting for you in Lil Gator Game. Coming to PC and Nintendo Switch 2022.
Welcome to Camp Canyonwood, where campers learn valuable survival skills like wood chopping, archery, and fishing, and where nothing strange ever happens. And the best part is we're now hiring. Build up and restore Camp Canyonwood to its former glory. Give our campers the summer they'll never forget.
There's so much going on in my head. Sometimes I imagine a simple donut factory floating in the clouds, just to help me sort out my thoughts. Will you help me?
NECA Ghost Jump is an action puzzle platformer that takes place on NECA World. And before we get into gameplay, I wanted to go over some of the backstory for the game. Here we have NECA Man proposes to NECA Girl. Uh-oh, those daggone space dog pirates seem like trouble. And sure are, they crashed NECA Man and NECA Girl's wedding. No! Our two main mechanics are coming up quickly here. First, the ability to switch between 2D and 3D camera perspectives at any time. Then there's the ability to switch between the physical form and ghost form, which is very versatile. You'll see here that instead of losing a life for a coin, the ghost form can be used as either a sacrifice or, with some good timing, just an extension and easily return back to the body. It's also useful when finding hidden loot and other things in the Ghost Realm.
No.
There are multiple biomes, each with their own share of dangers and new ways to rethink how the main mechanics work. Here's another advantage of the ghost form, being able to deflect projectiles back to enemies. Here's our first sneak peek, the pirate ship biome, which will wrap up the story campaign for NECA Ghost Jump. We'll have 8 main campaign biomes along with additional optional ones available at launch. Here's our second super sneaky sneak peek, which is super hot off the bug squashing line. NECA Ghost Jump runs flawlessly on the Nintendo Switch. Thanks so very much for watching. Please consider picking up the game on Steam or Epic Game Store today. It's currently in early access. Or if you're not sold on it just yet, throw us a wishlist. And if you don't game on the PC, be on the lookout for the game on your favorite console system.
Sandball.
Hi everyone, my name is Saffron and I'm the creative director at Kitten Cup Studio.
Hi, I'm Justin. I'm the lead programmer.
And today we're going to introduce you to our game about tea making for cats, Pico. So in this gameplay video, we'll be introducing ourselves to Min, who will teach us how to make blooming tea. Oh, there she is. She's so cute.
Min is an elderly cat living in Pico who runs her tea house with the help of her grand goddaughter, Pongcha. She also mentions Chaewon, the previous owner of your tea house, whose story you'll uncover as you play through the game. Now that we've introduced ourselves and Min, let's make some tea.
So in this tutorial, Min is going to walk us through the basics of making blooming tea, which is her specialty. Cats can teach the player new styles and recipes for making tea, which they can then use in their own tea shop or on their own.
What you're seeing here is one of the starter tea sets, the Cute tea set, and it's one of the many tea sets you'll be able to use to make tea in this game.
I really like this tea set. So one of our inspirations for Pico is anime, so our glass teapot also looks a little bit anime-like as well. And as you can see, when you pick up and move objects around, that they'll have a little bit of a squash and stretch to them as well, so that they feel a little bit more fun.
You can see that the water is boiled and ready to go, so you can go ahead and pour the water in. The glass teapot is a really good fit for this type of tea because you can see the blooming happening inside of it. And now that we're done, we can present our tea to Min and see what she thinks. And it looks like she likes it.
Yay! And that's the end of our tea tutorial with Min. Look forward to hearing more about our development through our Twitter, newsletter, or our Discord, which is up on the screen.
And don't forget to wishlist Pico on Steam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Meet Doug, your typical animal lover and shelter employee. But when he discovers his local shelter is on the brink of foreclosure, he needs to make some cash, and fast. Fortunately, there's a new job opportunity available. Problem is, Doug's the world's worst handyman. He should never be anywhere near a hammer. While he's trying his best to fix items, he's causing more damage than repairs. He'll need your help to find the right tools to complete tasks, all while dodging workplace hazards. Can you pull it off and save the shelter? Or are you chicken?
Definitely feeling the warm and fuzzies with that last selection of games. Kind of reminds me of our friends over at Wholesome Games, right?
Yeah, shout out to Wholesome. They always give me the warm and fuzzies for sure. Our next set of games will be town builders, sim, and deck building games. We have a world premiere title called These Doomed Islands and the world premiere of Four Tales.
Let's shuffle our decks, hoard our resources, and check out this next set of games.
Word.
Hi, I'm Maciek from Quite OK Games, and today I would like to show you the very first gameplay preview of our upcoming game, Lysara Summit Kingdom. The game is a challenging city builder set in high mountains, where you have to build a new home for your kin first out of lowlands. Here we have a small village we can expand. It's located quite low in a zone rich in vegetation and fertile lands, so it's a great place for growing crops. Barley, which you can get from farms, can be then transported to a yak-powered mill for the production of sampa, a kind of flour. Sampa can be then distributed to your citizens via marketplace. Besides food, we also have to take care of the spirituality of our folks. Placing shrines makes the people living nearby happier, and reaching certain happiness thresholds enables upgrading houses, which will now accommodate more residents, giving you more workforce at your disposal. This small village consists entirely of commoners, but there are two more social castes in our game, lowlanders and monks. Finding the balance between the castes and satisfying the various needs of their members is not all you will have to do in the game. In a harsh and difficult mountain environment, you will have to build transportation infrastructure, deal with avalanche hazards, survive weather breakdowns, and, in the end, rise a summit temple on the very peak of the mountain. And that's all we've got to show you today. The game will be launching on Steam later this year, so if you like what you saw, you can add Lysara Summit Kingdom to your wishlist. Thanks, and see you next time!
Hi there, I'm Andrew, the creative lead here at Triple Vision Games in the UK. I'm really excited to announce today our new game, These Doomed Isles. These Doomed Isles is inspired by classic god games, survival city builders, and roguelike deck builders. You'll use your godly powers to raise islands from the sea. You'll build settlements for your devoted followers and make sure that they remain devoted and alive by keeping them warm, fed, sheltered, and safe. You'll harvest new cards for your deck to better face the challenges ahead of you, because remember, these are doomed isles. Defend your island from raiders hell-bent on seeing your settlement reduced to rubble. Survive natural disasters, including those of your own making. Face decay, famine, and your ultimate destruction. Do you have what it takes to survive these doomed isles? So that was our first look at These Doomed Isles, exclusive here on The Mix. Now, as a small team, getting feedback from players throughout development is a vital part of what's going to make this game as good as it can be. So we're planning to run a series of closed alphas throughout the year. You'll find the link to sign up on our Steam page, which we just launched about 10 minutes ago. So if you like what you saw, head on over there. While you're there, give that wishlist button a little tap. And also, please sign up for the closed alpha, so that you can play a part in building these doomed isles. Okay, bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Jared, the community manager at Nariel, and we are thrilled to be showing Card Shark at the Mix. In our depiction of 18th century France, gambling salons are all the rage, but you'll need to play your opponents better than you play your cards. We've built our game around cheating techniques that can be performed in real life. Deck switches, mark cards, sleight of hand, trickery and deception, those are the tools at your disposal. And as a special treat for the Mix, we have an exclusive gameplay premiere. Our lead artist, and a card trickster himself, Nikolai Troshinsky, will explain how one of the techniques in our game is performed.
There are many ways to cheat in a game of cards. In Card Shark, we try to show as many of them as possible. In this scene, you have two goals: to gain knowledge of your opponent's strongest card, and to make sure they have at least one weak card in their hand. Having stolen the deck with the help of your accomplice, you can now leave to mark the cards in secret. There are countless ways to mark a deck of cards. A real cheat will use his own system so that only he can read it. You can mark the cards any way you want. You can get creative. We're going to mark the cards using simple lines in clockwise order, from ace to king to queen to jack. That should be easy enough for us to recognize later. We don't want to take too long, as the longer we're away from the table, the more suspicious it gets. Now it's time to return and pour the Comte another glass of wine so that he can retrieve the deck from our pocket. We still need to force a low card for our opponent. We'll steal this 10 of spades from our hand, wait for our turn to deal, and add it to the top of the deck. Now we can deal it, and as we deal, we are watching for our marking. Right there, that's a jack. We need to recognize them quickly. If we take too long, it will start to look suspicious. There's another one, that's an ace, and the queen. Finally, we use our secret code to tell our accomplice the highest card, and that's how we make the Comte win. We don't want to win ourselves to not draw too much attention.
And there you have it, one of the many tricks that you can perform in Card Shark and in real life. Our demo is available on Steam right now, and Card Shark will be coming to Steam and Nintendo Switch later this year.
So, would you like to know the fate of the realm? Good. Then let's begin. First, pick a card. Aha! The thief. You know, I once heard a story about a thief and his friend who were asked to steal a magical lyre. But it was heavily guarded. and it wasn't exactly smart to attack the guards head-on. So, they had to get creative. Now you're getting it. But no sooner had they gotten their hands on the lyre than the thief began to have terrifying visions of the end of the world. And he knew that the only way to escape it was to gather his companions and set off on a voyage into the unknown. And then, well, what happens next is entirely up to you. Four Tales, a card-based narrative journey.
Hey Oracles, I'm Buddy, the community manager for Akupara Games, and today I'd like to introduce you to the core gameplay of Astrea, Six-Sided Oracles, a dice deck-building roguelike by Little Leo Games. In Astrea, the two fundamental forces you'll be balancing are purification and corruption. Purification is blue and corruption red in the game's kind of color terms. Purifying a good guy like me or my sentinels is going to heal them, while corruption damages them. Likewise, purification damages my opponents and corruption heals them. The goal of the game is to purify your enemies before you are corrupted entirely. And by the way, in case you're wondering, no animals are hurt in the process of purification. You know, like once I purify this little guy, he's just gonna give a hop, get the hell out of here. And it's this duality where Astrea really ticks. For instance, there are going to be times when I'm going to want to use corruption on myself rather than heal my enemies, right? And it's also important to note that taking damage is going to activate these, which are called virtues. This virtue, for instance, will let me draw a die, but I have to take 5 points of corruption in order to activate it. Which, you know, this makes me consider whether I want to use this purified die to heal me or to deal damage to my enemy. Which is where the dice come in. When you're playing Astrea, you'll have a dice pool, which is essentially your deck. Or, you know, maybe it's better to think of it like a dice bag, like in D&D, where each turn you're going to reach in, pick a certain number of random dice, and then roll them. The die faces you end up with are kind of like your hand for that turn. And just like a normal deck builder, as you move through battles, you're going to be adding dice to your dice pool over time. The interesting hitch, though, is that when you win a battle, you'll be prompted to add a safe die, a balanced die, or a risky die to your dice pool. And a risky die is nice because it will have very powerful positive effects, but the drawbacks are going to be significant too. Part of the strategy that goes into Astrea is balancing the consistency of safe dice with the raw power of risky dice. If you play it too safe, you're not going to be able to close out fights against tougher enemies. Playing it too risky, and you'll end up corrupting yourself before the enemy even has a chance to. Anyway, there is plenty more when it comes to talking about Astrea, like the game's 6 different characters with their own unique mechanics, but all of that is a little down the line. For now, if you'd like to learn more about Astrea, please feel free to come hang out with me in the Astrea Discord. And otherwise, I hope you have a great time at the Mix. Cheers.
So, you've chosen the life of a legitimate small business owner. Wise decision. You're going to need to make sure you're set up for success on your journey to run a chain of definitely legal, thriving businesses. First, you're going to need somewhere to grow, dry, and store your product. A dry den sounds like it'll do the job just fine. The best product needs tended to by the best hands, so make sure you hire top-quality employees to look after your stash. Word on the street is, your product is the best in town. Now, if I happen to be a hungry little competitor, I'd sure be trying to get my hands on some of it. Better make sure your employees are armed to the teeth and ready to protect that cash money. You're going to want to set up a front, and you just also happen to be somewhat of a connoisseur of chicken, as well as, well, you know. As an upstanding member of the community, it's important you build lasting mutual relationships with the locals. I hear the university might have quite the appetite. Might be worthwhile checking in at the scrapyard, too. Now it's time to expand, baby. Why stop at chicken? donuts, nightclubs, casinos, laundromats, and it only makes sense to expand your product line too, right? And from there, it's time to reap the sweet, sweet fruits of your labor. Look at you, you upstanding entrepreneurial contributor to society. Definitely not fried chicken, for all your legitimate fake business needs.
It is so great to revisit Lysera Summit Kingdom from the Winter Mix Picks. It is looking gorgeous and a breath of fresh air technically. And also, These Doomed Isles is a fascinating twist on the city building genre.
Yeah, it's like Tetris pieces and cards. It's so dope. So much creativity all around. Candy, I know how much you dig big rigs and the dream of gassing up an 18-wheeler and heading cross-country. So we're going to do just that and head into this heaping helping of truck simulation games.
You're right, Justin. I do love a big rig. Let's go.
Hi everyone, we at Truck World Studio are excited to reveal the first gameplay of our upcoming game, Truck World Australia. Today we're going to introduce some of the basic gameplay mechanics which make our game stand out from other driving simulators. But first, let's put the radio off. In Truck World, you can interact with almost every part of your cabin. Right now we're arriving in a warehouse to pick up the load. Here's the trailer which we'll need to hook up. We believe that in Truck World Australia, everyone should get an opportunity to feel like a professional truck driver, so players can enable visual hints for a more convenient experience. And now, here's why Truck World is different from other truck simulation games. Let's leave the cab to complete some final steps. Let's make sure the load is secured, take off support brakes, and attach the cable. Looks like we're ready to start. With the trailer attached, you'll need to be very careful with turns. That's it for today. If you enjoy the progress, make sure to wishlist and follow Truck World Australia on Steam and in socials. We'll have more news to share very soon. See you.
Now that is my kind of game. I cannot wait to play Truck World and live out all of my trucking fantasies in real time.
Truth be told, that was a crazy long segment. Up next, we're going to get into our pixel bag and pop into some new 2D throwback games with the release date announcement of Soldiers, as well as a brand new world premiere trailer for a chaotic and silly boxing joint, Bare Butt Boxers.
BBB what? Can't wait to see those bare butt boxers in action. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jason. I'm the developer of Akira, the game that you see before you. This is Craig.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Craig. I'm also Craig, and I do the music.
And so today we're showing off a totally new island in this game. The game is full of unique islands where each one has a theme and special mechanics that are full of puzzles. This is the volcano. One of the unique mechanics on this island are these lava cracks that you see Craig walking over, and as you step across them, it builds up heat until you burn up and die. So you kind of have to plan your route. Once you step off of the lava, you cool off and you're safe. And each island has a special block that's unique to each island. So in this case, there's these metal blocks that once you heat them up enough, they get primed like a bomb, like a kind of traditional Zelda game type of bomb. So as you can see there, he used it to blow up that wooden block that was in his way to get that ruby. And each island has a...
Got excited.
Yep, got too excited. Be careful. You have to find the right path. And then, yeah, so once you get enough gems, then you bring them to the god of each island. Another unique thing on this island that Craig has just found are these angry fire spirits that are defending the island. And so there are puzzles where this spirit is trying to kill you, so you have to...
trying to block me?
Yeah, you tried to bomb you. That's pretty difficult, and when you defeat each one, it becomes even more difficult until you defeat the third one, and then there's like a very cool item that you get when you do that, but we won't reveal that today. That's for the players to discover. Yeah, so then if you go to the right, and then you go up, so Craig has 6 gems now, so he's gonna go visit the god, the volcano god, and unlock something new.
That guy looks awesome.
Thank you. And yeah, so
what are these?
He's awoken these little fire dudes, and we won't reveal what they do today. The players will find out. But there's lots of stuff in this game like this where you discover something new and you have to experiment with it to find out what it does. Thanks for joining us.
We just follow the path. Before trouble found us.
For her daughter's spirit has been locked away.
Hyper Gunsport is all about arcade action, precision shooting, and tight jumps, clutch saves, and epic slams, but the only thing you can shoot is the ball. It's cyberpunk volleyball with guns. Jump in with your favorite Gunsport team, the Fire and Ice of Neo Tokyo, the wily old-timers from Blue Cambodia, impressive upstarts from People's Republic of Oakland, the Precise team from the New Republic of Congo, the Cybernetic Heart of UWSD, and more, each with something to prove to the world. Teams are composed of two positions. Strikers move and jump, but have fewer shots available. Keepers stay entrenched in front of the goal with a wider aiming range and more shots. Fill your gauge with explosive focus attacks and unlock special weapons for tricky bounces and frenzied action. And if that's not enough, battle it out across 7 unique arenas, each loaded with its own gimmicks, from goals that open and close or change point values, to moving nets and even unstable footing. Players of all stripes, we've got your back. Hyper Gunsport comes loaded with numerous accessibility options, so you can play the game the way you want to play. Turn on aim assist, adjust laser length, tweak the game speed to your liking, or even disable the background for added visibility. As long as you're having fun, we're having fun too. The frenetic action doesn't stop there. The officially sanctioned rules aren't the only way to play. Think you've got what it takes to be the best? Change things up at the start of a match by choosing any of the 10+ totally unique rule sets. Try Underwater for a funky slow jam of strikes and saves. Big Bounce for more bounce to the ounce. Hot Potato for one goal takes all action, and so many more. You've got the mechanics down, so can you step into the spotlight? Blast your way through Circuit Mode, an 8-round tournament for 1 to 2 players, and learn more about your team's motivations for winning the world's game. Do so to unlock alt outfits and arenas. Up to 4 friends can also play in local versus mode. Speaking of friends, we are so excited to announce the addition of Steam Remote Play Together. Friends or frenemies couldn't make it over for couch co-op? No problem. Connect online for some fast-paced Gunsport action. For the passion and the fame, it's 2 guns against the world. Hypergun support is coming soon to a system near you. You can join the Hypergun support community today over on Discord.
Bare Butt Boxers and Blossom Tales 2. So many bees and so many pixels. They have an amazing style and a classic throwback neo-retro vibe. All of the games look so fun.
They really do, Justin. Now, before we move to our next segment, we want to remind you to check out the games on the Mix Steam page. Wishlist the games you like, show the devs some love, and play their demos if they're available. It really helps the devs out.
Make sure to do the damn thing. For the next segment, if you're into classic tactics, strategy, as well as RPGs, this is the segment for you. We have a world premiere announcement and trailer from a game titled Venaris from our friends at Toad Productions, as well as a release date and announcement for Cantata. Beef up your party's gear and get ready to party with some of the best strategy and role-playing games that have yet to come. Boom.
Can't wait.
Around the world, the giant monsters known as kaiju are menaced.
Monster attacks taking place worldwide.
Complex collapsed underneath with 300
gathering here in Bombay.
We must plan carefully. The kaiju are powerful, but predictable.
Open fire!
Yeah! It's not enough!
Hello, adventurers! I'm Buddy, the community manager for Akupara Games, and today I'd like to dive deep into the gameplay of Absolute Tactics: Daughters of Mercy, our upcoming turn-based tactics RPG from Curious Fate Games. Now, if you haven't seen Absolute Tactics before, the core game captures that classic turn-based RPG experience. You've got cool characters who level up, equip items, and have skills and abilities. It's the basics, right? But the thing that sets Absolute Tactics apart from, some of its contemporaries is taking a different approach to classes, which is really what I want to dig into today. How do classes work in Absolute Tactics? Well, they're items. A class handbook is a piece of equipment that you can give directly to one of your characters, just like you would give them a sword or a staff, except a class handbook is going to radically change the way they approach the battlefield. While you won't be able to completely redesign your character from the ground up because each character has their own unique skills, abilities, and attack pattern, the lion's share of their role in a fight will come from their class handbooks. And by the way, every character in Absolute Tactics can dual class, which is to say each character can equip 2 different class handbooks at the same time. Each class handbook is going to give that character a certain set of passive stats and active abilities. So the Berserker, for instance, increases your basic attack damage and gives you a powerful melee attack, while the Sorcerer increases your ability damage and gives you a powerful ranged spell strike. The different class handbooks can also be leveled up themselves. A rank 1 Berserker handbook only gives you 8 attack and the Berserking ability, but a rank 3 Berserking handbook will give you 10 attack, the Berserking ability, the Carnage ability, and the Ferocity ability. The special tomes that are used to upgrade handbooks are a really powerful reward that you might have to dig around for a little bit to kit out your whole team. But Berserker and Sorcerer are really just the tip of the iceberg. You can also be a botanist and summon bushes with healing berries, or an entomologist to summon a swarm of cicadas to debuff your enemies, or a courier whose whole thing is just moving around and delivering packages. Which means Absolute Tactics has this prismatic array of possibilities for you to use to customize your characters in your party. And that's about it for an introduction to class handbooks. I'll be doing some deep dives on individual classes a little bit later down the line, so feel free to join the Akupara Games Discord if you want to keep up to date on all things Absolute Tactics. Otherwise, I hope you have a great time at the mix. Cheers.
If I told you what I've seen, would you even believe me? I've seen empires rise and fall, and spoken with gods, sights beyond comprehension. But I don't need to convince you. You can see for yourself.
We were not ready for their divine judgment. We were tested, and almost everyone just failed. Their dark mysticism shattered an era of enlightenment and ushered in the dusk of the 21st century. Billions of lives were lost in a heartbeat, turned to ash, and cast away in the wind. Our soldiers were gone, but our weapons kept fighting, driven by an enigma in the networks. Their surviving forces waged a desperate crusade against the machines. We became bystanders to a relentless war. Now our world is an ever-twisting nightmare. Hellish threats lurk in every whisper and shadow. There is no glory, only survival. Deliver us from this trial. Reclaim our world for mankind.
Hi, my name is Julia, and as a community manager of Gatewalkers game, I am proud to tell you a little bit more about it. Gatewalkers is a cooperative action RPG. What makes it special is survival elements, which are extremely important during the game. You're playing as a Gatewalker. You are the warrior, and you want to save your dying world. To do that, you have to travel through various worlds using a portal. Every world is procedurally generated, which means the map changes each time you visit the world. Looting and gathering will help you to craft better equipment and new items. You will need a good weapon to fight different bosses, animals, and monsters. You can play the game solo or team up with up to 3 friends and as a team begin your journey. The core element of the gameplay is combat. It is truly skill-based. You need to aim at your target with a spell, and you can dodge spells cast at your enemies. During your quests, you can choose from multiple solo combos or use different passive spells. Finally, if you are playing in a team, you can cast powerful combos together. In Gatewalkers, there are no predefined classes. Each item gives you a unique set of skills. You can mix them to create your own unique character. Remember, you are what you wear. During your travels, you will visit places with specific terrain, climate, creatures, and also resources. You have to survive freezing blizzards, wild monsters, scorching sun, the darkness, toxic fumes, but it is just the beginning. You have to prepare yourself, gather resources, and avoid dehydration or starvation. That ends this short introduction to the game. I hope you like it. Don't forget to add Gatewalkers to your wishlist on Steam and follow us on social media channels.
Don't be afraid of portals. Become a Gatewalker.
And we're back. I love turn-based tactics so much that are reminiscent of console classics like Disgaea and Final Fantasy Tactics. So excited to see fresh takes on the genre.
For sure, I agree with you. This next segment, we're going to pull out our BFGs, stack guns, and grab our flashlights. The segment is dedicated to hardcore shooters and games filled with survival and action-based horror.
We're gonna load up in the world premiere of the new iteration of Mother Gunship and then lock into the world premiere of Slaycation Paradise. Let's go.
The indie hit first-person shooter, now even more first-personing. Welcome back, recruit. You do something different with your hair? You know the deal. Aliens, Earth. Let's blow stuff up. Come on, that's all you got? That won't get you out of this, recruit, but upgrades might. Build the weapon of your dreams. Oh, who's gonna go boom boom? Oh, you are. Huh. Intuitive and powerful. You got friends? Bring them and die. Fight together. More. Okay, enough, too much. Now that's just... Seriously? I'm starting to think this was a bad idea.
Are you tired of going on the same old boring holidays? Too expensive or not enough activities for the whole family? Not anymore. Introducing Slaycation Paradise. We provide everything you need to break free from reality. Visit our many unique and exotic locations available. Enjoy cultural exchanges with the locals and slay away your worries. Slaycation Paradise is the only trans-dimensional travel agency to offer fully inclusive slaying moments. Our catalog of premium weapons and defenses provides you with the best and most inclusive Slaycation experiences throughout the multiverse. Getting dismembered by zombies has never been so much fun. Kids love it. Uh-oh, looks like little Johnny here is about to be eviscerated. Not to worry, our state-of-the-art Respawn-O-Matic brings you back from death's door. Good as new. When exploring the world of apocalyptic disasters, it's also important to stay well-fueled. Visit the last stop for a refreshing Lumpy Gregory cocktail after your tour. And don't forget to gear up for another fun family trip. Where will you visit next? Slaycation Paradise. Come slay with us.
Your suffering will be legendary. Do you want to see something scary?
Hi everyone. Today we'd like to show you the development progress of our game, Void Train. It's a sandbox survival game in which you build and defend your interdimensional train while traveling across the void, full of islands and obscure creatures. You can play it solo or in online co-op with up to 3 friends at your side. With our latest update, Railroad Duel, you will meet enemy trains and outposts. For now, reckless Nazis have only one simple goal: the destruction of your train. In the next update coming this spring, we're going to bring enemy AI to a whole new level, as they will use different tactics to steal your valuable resources and objects, so stay vigilant. To fight back, you will need advanced weapons. In Void Train, you can customize weaponry and add special elemental damage, like fire or shock to your guns. In the future, we'll bring an even bigger variety of weapon modules into the game. Void Train is currently available in early access on Epic Games Store and is coming to more platforms later this year. See you out there in the void.
Hello all, I'm one of the developers on Scathe, and I want to welcome you to the first devlog focused purely on the bullet hell mechanics in Scathe. If you're not familiar with Scathe, it's an intense, blood-soaked FPS where quick reflexes are the key to surviving the bullet hell labyrinth that stands between you and your ascension. Rip through the underworld's deadliest demons and collect the hellstones with drop-in, drop-out online co-op gameplay. First up, all 3 of us at Damage State and the gang at Quali want to say a big thank you to everyone who played the teaser demo during the Steam Next Fest. It's been fantastic to see such a positive reaction and the buzz around it. Above this, it's been incredible to hear your feedback, and I want to let you know that we've already acted on it and made improvements based on it. Now back to the bullet hell mechanics. Many of you will be familiar with bullet hell, most likely from 2D game scene, perhaps vertical scrollers like Ikaruga, side scrollers, even modern gems like Cuphead. While they're challenging and visually entertaining, it's less common to see them in 3D, and we wanted to embrace that in Scathe as we felt it's a great fit. We wanted to invite the idea of navigating the world and dodging the bullets within it while keeping demon killing familiar. Much like a true bullet hell game, it means you need to keep moving, and even if the demon is dead, the projectiles could still be a threat coming towards you. As a player you can move, dash through them, and in some cases jump, though as it's 3D the vertical Z axis needs to be considered too. It's been quite challenging bringing the concept to a hell shooter, as it breaks an expectation set by others that you need to be as close as possible to a demon, rather than keeping it at bay. This twist brings a new mindset to the genre and allows for varying gameplay and level design. Balance, of course, has been an important part of the iterative design. Naturally, you can't spam the screen as, especially in 3D, it leaves you with nowhere to move into, so it's become a careful process of finding how much is too much. This, coupled with explosive chasers, a blend of easy and difficult demons using land, sea and air, all makes for an intense, sometimes frantic, but fun variation on the classic Hell FPS. That's all for this devlog on Bullet Hell. Scathe is an ongoing work in progress, and we have lots to share down the line. Until then, thanks for listening, keep the feedback coming, and talk to you soon.
These disappearances are getting out of hand. The police reports show a linear growth at the start, but over the past few weeks it's growing exponentially. The bright side is, more cases means more evidence. I've been digging through the files and I noticed these symbols.
Those last few games creeped me out. It was great to see that a new version of Mother Gunship is being released. Justin, what do we have next?
Within the last 10 years of curating and producing the Mix showcases and 12 years of production under my belt, one thing is evident: making games is tough. Sometimes development takes teams years of hard work and perseverance to share their creativity with the world. That being said, the next segment is dedicated to alumni developers who have showcased their games with the Mix before and have updates, new trailers, or releases just around the corner.
Salute to these Mix alumni and their games.
My name is Brad Johnson, and this is Demon's Mirror. Demon's Mirror has a unique battle system that brings a fresh take to strategic roguelike deck building. You take on the role of a lost soul who's been trapped in a perpetual loop inside an inexplicable mirror. Your goal is to figure out how to break the loop and free yourself of this nightmare. This journey will present many challenges, including plenty of battles with unforgiving enemies. Let's take a look at how combat with an enemy works. Like other deck builders, you can play cards to attack and defend against your opponent, but where Demon's Mirror shines is in its Chain 3 mechanic. It's easy to use, but requires lots of practice to master. At your disposal is a board filled with different tile types. Chain tiles together by clicking and dragging through similar types. Completing a chain will allow you to gain shield, collect essence, fill your willpower meter, and best of all, to deal massive damage to enemies. Essence is used by certain cards to make them more powerful. If you collect enough willpower crystals, it will trigger a special event that lets you choose to do various things like buff yourself or deal a big chunk of damage. Chaining tiles and playing cards both use the same pool of action points. You're only given a limited number of them each turn, so it's up to you to decide what you want to spend them on. Playing cards will let you attack, defend, gain new abilities, and most importantly, manipulate the board. Some cards will let you destroy tiles or add a universal tile. Both of those actions will let you make longer and stronger chains than you could before. Besides directly attacking and defending, enemies can add threatening tiles to the board. Enemy tiles can affect the battle in many different ways. For instance, the tile the enemy just created will launch and deal 80 damage to you in 5 turns. There are a few ways to deal with enemy tiles. You could wait for the tile to launch and pray you have enough shield to block it, but usually a safer strategy is to go on the offensive and damage or destroy the tile. Certain cards will damage enemy tiles directly, or you can chain them with other tiles. Damaging enemy tiles will cause them to deal less damage. However, if you get its potency down to 0, it will be completely destroyed. Demon's Mirror has roguelike elements, so each game you play will be different. Choose the path you take. Find and loot gobs of treasure. Seek out and purchase game-changing items from the shopkeeper who smiles too much, and encounter dreamlike events. Use everything at your disposal to survive your quest to overcome what's in the Demon's Mirror. Coming to PCs later this year. Wishlist the game now.
When you begin your Coromon journey, you'll be provided with many different options when it comes to both difficulty and customization. Coromon features 5 difficulty settings, 4 of which are preset difficulties, while the 5th is a complete array of custom settings that will allow you to specifically cater the game to your playstyle. On the preset side, we have an easy mode which will recover health on level up, halve the price of items in the shop, and allow for healing items to revive fainted Coromon. Normal mode has no special rules and is the recommended difficulty setting for newcomers. Hard mode adds Coromon permadeath upon fainting, though do note that Coromon can be retrieved by lowering the difficulty setting later. This setting also disallows escape from wild battles. And finally, we have insane mode, which includes the hard difficulty settings and only allows for 1 capture per route, with the exception, of course, being perfect Coromon. It also disallows the use of teleporting items. As you can see, each of these difficulty options are specifically catered to different types of players. If you're looking for something on the more casual side, you can play on easy or normal, and if you want something more similar to a Nuzlocke run, you can play on hard or insane. Over to the custom mode option, these can be broken down into 3 categories: easier game settings, harder game settings, and randomization settings. Easier settings just allow for more customization and toggles for the perks added in the previously mentioned easy mode preset. Harder settings allow you to specifically customize some of the harder options and has a few settings including toggles for the presets for hard and insane mode, but also fun stuff like restricting what you can capture. You can set it to wild Coromon only, you could set it to only trainer Coromon, or both, and you could even limit how many visits you can make to a trainer hub in order to heal. Finally, we have the random settings, which are unlocked by defeating Voltgar, the first boss of the game. These allow for a huge amount of variance between playthroughs. You could choose to randomize all enemy trainer Coromon, all Coromon skills, all wild Coromon, Coromon traits, evolution paths, items including those found and in quests, and a whole lot more. There are also subsettings for some of these as well. For example, you can choose whether or not you want a random evolution to allow for the Coromon to evolve into a lesser stage Coromon, or if you still want them to improve by evolving it to a higher stage Coromon. All in all, Coromon offers far more options than most games in the genre. This finally allows players to choose settings that best fit them, allowing for an insane amount of customization and replayability.
Hi everyone, my name is Miki and I'm producer of Serial Cleaners here at Draw Distance. We're a Polish studio based in Krakow. We're known for Serial Cleaner and Vampire the Masquerade visual novels. Right now, we're working on Serial Cleaners, which is being published by 505 Games. We also have several other projects cooking. They will be revealed when the time comes.
What you'll see today is Serial Cleaner on steroids. New York City in the 90s, 4 playable characters, and story with a twist. If you remember the 90s differently, their dirty work is the reason why. This is Serial Cleaners.
Today, let's focus on Serial Cleaners, a sequel with Basquiat and street art inspired graphics, reactive cops, and a soundtrack deeply rooted in the 90s. It's a true nostalgia trip for everyone who remembers it, and a box full of surprises for everyone else.
Shout out to all of the Mix alumni. Orbital Bullet was released just yesterday, and we will have more updates on the website. Also, make sure to check out the updates on the Steam page, as well as wishlist the games and support the developers with some love.
Now, for our final segment, we're going to slide into some narrative story-based action-adventure titles. First, we'll go out to sea with a gorgeous new title called Submerge: Hidden Depth. Then get into some underwater exploration with Silt.
We'll wrap things up with a tiny yet gargantuan adventure with Smalland. We'll be right back after these dope trailers.
See you soon.
This'll finally get us out of this junkyard. And bam! Come on. There's nothing to turn around. What the?
Hi, my name's Dom, and I'm the technical director at Spiral Circus Games.
Hi, I'm Tom, and I'm the art director at Spiral Circus Games. Today we're going to show you some exclusive gameplay footage from our debut game, Silt.
Here we find ourselves swimming through a dense underwater forest. We come across a strange creature living in a solitary tree in the middle of a large clearing. The creature seems to want something from us. Maybe it's asking for food? Let's swim down, see if we can find something for it.
Silt is a 2D puzzle adventure game set in a surreal underwater world. You play as a diver who wakes up alone and trapped, with no choice other than to travel further into the abyss.
This dark, dense undergrowth is home to a large number of leeches. These leeches can grab onto the diver and deal damage, and you can be quickly overwhelmed if you're not careful. The leeches instinctively flee from bright lights, so can be kept at bay with the diver's lamp. Moving further ahead, we find a small school of bulbfish. These creatures use the bright lights that emit from their heads to keep the leeches at a safe distance. The bulbfish have a more playful and inquisitive nature. They seem to want to follow the diver. If we move slowly and keep them near us, they might keep us safe from the leeches for a while. At the very bottom of this tunnel, we come across what the creature in the tree wanted from us. It's a big juicy grub. The grub clamps onto our head, disabling our headlamp. If we didn't have these bulbfish around us, the leeches would be closing in and we'd be done for. Now we must carefully make our way back to the entrance of the tunnel and deliver the grub to the creature in the tree. If we move slowly and carefully, we can maintain this formation of bulbfish around us and hopefully make it back to the entrance unharmed.
The key to navigating Silt's murky abyss is carefully observing the creatures around you and using their abilities to your own advantage. Silt will be available to buy later this year, and if you like what you've seen so far, you can head over to Steam and add it to your wish list.
Thanks for watching.
Hello to everyone at the Mix Showcase. I'm Danny, the community manager at Merge Games, and I'm with Ross, who's the product manager on Smalland.
Hello.
We're going to show you some gameplay from Smalland today. So here's Ross starting out early game to talk you through.
Yeah, so this is just where you come out of the cave, and I'm just about to speak to the Elder, who gives you your very first quests. Now they come on, and basically one of the quests that leads you to is Knock, which is your gameplay, Danny.
Yeah, so Knock is one of the Pathfinders, who are the members of your race who've gone out ahead, scouted the land, and they've got some quests for you that are going to teach you a bit about the world and the systems at play in Smalland.
Yeah, so there's a series of NPCs, and we've actually covered those in some Steam posts. And there's a couple of NPCs as well, which sort of allude to some of the equipment you can unlock, some of better bows, better swords, etc. So one of the things we have now is we have quite a late game quest, and to do that we need to do some prep. So whilst I was scavenging for resources, Danny was doing some nice home building.
Yeah, so you'll make your main base up in the trees of Smallland, but you can build anywhere in the land, and you can make a really nice little forward camp for when you're out exploring, adventuring, and you want people to be able to personalize and decorate these houses. And you can see here, nice bit of lighting, and you can decorate the interior of it. Customization is really important to us. Here is a much bigger build that I built later, and one of the great things is that your friends can join your world and come and explore, and this is where Ross has come to have a look around what I've built.
Yeah, so like Danny says, I'm just having a wee peek around trying to pilfer any resources he has, checking out some of the trophies there. And like Danny says, it's one of the great things about Smallland, you know, we encourage people to be creative with their builds, and so having people build their home away from home, it's really enjoyable to see people like what people can come up with. So Danny's built this massive base, so what I'm doing now is I'm waiting for the tool rack, which I have, and I'm going to create some armor now, because we, like I mentioned, we have a late game quest. So what we're going to do now is do some prep, get ready, and then we're going to go hunting for some insects.
So later game, Ross and I have come to the road biome because we know that's where there's some flies. I was doing a one-to-one battle, as you do, and then Ross kited in a load more trouble.
I tried to nope out of it, but they followed me across the road, so I saw Danny and I thought he could help me. So we were taking on the flies, and we were about to defeat them, and then of course a cockroach came along. Now the thing about cockroaches is you can see in the bottom right where basically they have like a toxicity. That's where the armor comes in handy, because the bee sting makes you sort of resilient to those sorts of things, but of course you still take like physical damage. So once that happened, you're about to see it basically where my character dies. But you know, combat is very much part of a survival game.
Yeah, and there's lots of things in Smallland that can and will kill you. but we hope you've enjoyed this little look into the world of Smallland. We've got so much more to show you, and we can't wait to show you more about the game.
Thanks, everyone.
And that is a wrap. 80 plus dope games from this year's 10th year anniversary showcase. We appreciate you tuning in with us, and all of the developers who showcased, and all of our partners as well. Shout out to our sponsors, Limited Run Games, Raw Fury, Razer for providing PCs for our production and more. Thanks to all of the publishers and developers who have supported the stream through their sponsorship, as well as participating in the showcase in general. We hope to see you all in person this week. It has been 2 years, but we are having a showcase in person with Limited Run Games. I can't wait. Shout out to our broadcasting partners, Twitch Gaming, IGN, GameSpot, and Valve. We couldn't do it without your support. Also, make sure to connect with the Intel Game Dev Boost program, which helps devs get technical support, visibility, amplification, and discoverability for their games.
And don't forget to check out the Mix 10th Anniversary Showcase page on Steam, where you can learn more about the games, buy games that are available now, or add games to your wish list for games that haven't been released yet. These wish lists really help the devs, so please don't forget to do that.
Make sure to do that. And if you want to support us, make sure to grab some Mix swag, shirts, stickers, and all that good stuff on our Roba merch page and get dripped out and draped up. Thanks to Wilmer Sound. We're in their beautiful sound stage and facility right now. The Mix team, Media One Productions, Timmy, Abe, Cope 32, Fully Illustrated, and everyone else who helped out with the production of this event. You can follow me at IcyJman on Twitter, and the Mix at Indie Exchange on Twitter, and Media Indie Exchange on Instagram and Facebook.
Now make sure to stay tuned, because right after this show, we're going to head over to our live broadcast of Black Voices in Gaming stream, showcasing amazing games from Black game developers.
It's going to be so dope.
It's going to be great.
Thanks you so much for joining me, Kenny. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for having me. It's always fun being here. Thank you so much.
For sure. Thanks to all of you for tuning in. We will see you really soon. Peace. What is poppin', everyone? I am your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix, the Media Indie Exchange, and team in Terabang Entertainment, as well as lead advisor on the Humble Black Game Developer Fund and Black Voice in Gaming. Welcome to The Mix 10-year anniversary edition of Black Voices in Gaming, where we will be celebrating amazing Black developers and their games. I am joined with my homie and part of the leadership squad of Black Voice in Gaming, Alfonso Hooker. How is it going?
What's going on? My name is Alfonso Hooker. I am co-founder of Black Voices in Gaming and also Tech Perfect, which is a consulting company focused on leadership and development opportunities for women and people of color in tech. That's what's up.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an amazing showcase. We have some developers. We have some interviews. This is live, so I may be talking to our folks out here. You guys got to turn the music down a little bit in my headphones. But yeah, the Mix showcase was pretty good. And we do have a great lineup of Black developers and industry professionals who will be having conversations with and sharing their games.
Games today.
Yeah, and a little bit about Black Voices in Gaming. It was created back in 2020 of June during the protests and demonstrations that united us all over the world. We have been working on Black Voice in Gaming over the past 2 years and transformed it from a broadcast showcase into a movement where we not only share developers' games, but we are also now a nonprofit that is set up to accelerate the growth of professional game developers. And our mission is to help game studio entrepreneurs by giving them introductions to funding resources, publishers, press, and mentors that will help them succeed. So maybe we could just chop it up a little bit and talk about what we've kind of been up to.
Yes. So the past 2 years, we've been putting this together and really focusing on the pipeline for all of the developers that we've been working with. We have amazing developers on the show. We had Tony Barnes and all these folks who we've been connected with. And what we've seen is that there's been these gaps in funding resources, marketing, publishing, and through some of the networks that Justin has put together, his work with Humble and all the other organizations we're partnered with is essentially taking this idea and turning it into a full-fledged nonprofit that we're actually going to be funding these games and these amazing Black voices that we're going to be featuring.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, we started this in 2020 during the civil unrest. I, as a Black game developer, was having a lot of trouble finding funds, mentorship, and that type of thing. So now we're able to extend that. I mean, Humble's been very awesome. We've signed 28 games there. I've been working with Xbox and PlayStation, which we're going to lead into our sponsors too. So shout out to our sponsors for today's showcase, Raw Fury, who helped get the series started and is helping with the funding for the series throughout the year. PlayStation, they've been amazing from day one. Razer, who we've been working with through this and the Mix. Yeah, so where else can we support the devs?
We can support the devs all over. I mean, I think there's, by primarily going to the events page, Mix events page on Steam, going and buying those games, but also wishlisting the games that are not available. But please check that box.
Check that box. Okay, so to get started, we have a professional AAA game programmer at Sony San Diego who is also an advocate for Black devs and indie professionals. We have Kojo here, and can we please turn the sound down for Spirit Swap?
Oh wow! Hey everybody.
Hey Kojo, how's it going?
Not bad, not bad. Good to see y'all. Happy to be here.
Man, it's super amazing that you're here, Kojo. You're such an advocate for Black game developers and developers in general, and you are just a staple in the industry for being an engineer. And I think we should just get started with a little bit of your history. I think people really want to know what you're about and what you're actually doing at PlayStation.
Sorry, I think it froze a little bit for me. I might have missed your first question.
Oh, yeah. So just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into game development and what you do at PlayStation.
Absolutely, yeah. So my current title is gameplay programmer, and I'm based in San Diego. I was working with San Diego Studios, and I'm with a different organization there now, and I've been a game developer since 2008. I actually started my career in New York City. I went to school at NYU. I studied computer science and cinema studies. There was no game center there at the time, so I didn't have like a game program to study. But what was interesting is My second job out of school, I actually worked at a small company called Area Code that was founded by Frank Lance, who was the founder of the NYU Game Center. So actually working with him, I was able to go to a lot of those talks and whatnot over the years and get kind of enmeshed in the New York like game scene. And I was really into that stuff, like all those academic discussions and whatnot. So did that for years, went indie/freelance for a few years, moved out to San Diego, was an IGA organizer for a while, and now I'm at PlayStation.
Dope, dope. Now, what are you currently working on right now?
I'm definitely not at liberty to say, but I can say that it's awesome. And once it is released, I will be telling everybody. But I'm excited about the work that I'm doing right now. It's different than anything I've
You'll be
done
sharing that
before.
with us first, though, right?
You'll be notified. You'll be notified.
Okay.
That's cool. What have you worked on before? What are some of the past titles that you're super proud of being a developer on?
Yeah, like I've worked on a wide variety of things, you know, like again, I started my career in like casual web games. So we were making virtual worlds in Flash, worked on a bunch of Facebook games. When I was freelancing, I worked on a really interesting project. It was a citizen science project for Connectomics to help map the brain. So the idea there is they had data from a mouse cerebrum, and you would scan it and actually identify different parts of it to see if you could track the tubes of it in 3D. I worked on a really cool Transformers boxing game for mobile. That was the first Unity game I ever worked on. At Sony San Diego, I worked on the MLB The Show franchise for many years, and that was really, really cool. That was my first time doing server programming as well. I got super deep into that. But ironically, I think the game I might be most proud of was a political game I made during the 2016 presidential cycle. It was a whack-a-mole game called Bop the Bigot, where it was this kind of tongue-in-cheek game where you would hit Trump, Joe Arpaio, and David Duke with a chancla, like a Mexican slipper. And I did it with this nonprofit group that was organizing voter registration in Arizona, and it got a little traction, and that was a lot of fun to work on.
So I really like that.
That's dope. So like how you jumped into AAA, you've been into independent game development. Like how do you like that kind of mixture of development, like solo and as opposed to doing big game studio work?
No, for sure. I feel like I've talked to my peers about this kind of recently. I felt like when I was an independent, I learned a tremendous amount because I had to. And that was really interesting to go really wide in terms of my skills and my interests. But at a AAA studio on a really big team, you go really deep on something specific. You're not just the gameplay programmer. You might be focused on animation or combat or inventory, etc. So I definitely appreciate both experiences. I've done a lot of work on smaller teams and individually, but I like being on bigger teams now where I can really dive deep on something specific.
Nice. Now, I think that one of the things that's super important that we want folks to understand is like, how do you get into a game, like becoming a game developer? What was sort of your journey into that sort of thing? Because like, there's tons of folks out here who want to actually become developers, don't know how hard it is to actually build a game. Because I think people don't understand that. It's not easy
at all.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, making games is hard. I would definitely say, and it's different now than when I started in 2008, and definitely like when you started, Justin. There's so many more schools and programs now. There's so many free engines now. So ironically, I think that making a game has become easier than ever because they're really tools that are readily available. I'm not sure if it's necessarily gotten easier to get into the industry, but I'll say what worked for me and what I still recommend for people is to find a community. So the IG Day was that for me, IGDA New York. I went to an event. It was interesting. I never heard people talk about like game development and design that way. At the end of the event, I met two individuals. Both of them gave me a business card. I ended up interning for one of them, and that was basically my foot in the door. So when I came to San Diego again, I didn't really know anybody here. So I became involved in the local IGA community. We organized regular mixers every month, 2-3 game jams a year. Through that, I was able to find some freelance work. It's not the way that I ended up working at Sony, but it was definitely a way for me to build a community here and get to know a lot of other developers. And I got some freelance work through it. So I would definitely say the first thing I would recommend if you're interested in games is to find a community of people that are interested in making games. If you have one locally at your school or in your town, and if you don't have one, then you should start one. Start a video game development club. There's so many places you can find digitally as well, Discords, itch.io. And then the next thing would just be to make a game, do a game jam, just try to make something over a short amount of time and just realize, what it takes, how hard it is, and if it's something that you want to do. Because sometimes, you go into a game jam thinking you're going to make, World of Warcraft, and then by Saturday afternoon you have like a box moving left and right. You're like, okay, well, let's see what we can actually get.
That's hilarious.
So,
GTA. You know what's really interesting though is I think that you really touched on something. Is sometimes we have to create our communities, and I'm a big advocate for that because I actually did the same thing. I went to Art Institute, and as you know, in San Diego, there's like Rockstar San Diego, there's Sony. There was a couple other studios, and there was like Qualcomm, and I was like, I want to do independent stuff. I want to be creative with what I'm doing, and there was no IGDA San Diego happening. I couldn't figure out how to connect with professionals, so I basically did the same thing. I was like, yo, let's do at Pizza Port in Carlsbad, where all of those folks are at. Let's have a beer. I'm gonna make a flyer, right? And like, I think we definitely like that's a really, really good point. Is like you can't always wait, for a group to pop up or the best opportunity.
Build a community.
Yeah, you have to build a community, create your community, and kind of like as a segue to another part of the conversation that I wanted to have with you is, I mean, you're actually doing that right now. And if you're comfortable talking about it with PlayStation, right? Like we've been in communication to help developers, and that's big. And it's because there needs to be support. Can you kind of talk about the strides that you're taking to help out developers?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I've definitely been an advocate for game developers and game developer communities since I was an IGDA organizer in San Diego. Then when I started working at PlayStation in San Diego, I stayed in the IGDA group for a little while. Then I moved away from that and started becoming a part of something that at the time was called PAN at PlayStation. That's the PlayStation African American Network. And honestly, PlayStation, that was my first corporate gig. I never worked at a really big company before that. So I found out there's something called DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And I think these things are fairly recent. So we had these employee resource groups. They're called employee networks now. And they're a way to get together with different folks in the company with particular affinities. And to be totally honest, I just wanted more Black friends at work. So I was like, oh yeah, PAN, I'll join that. Cool. So I joined that. I met a lot of cool people in different parts of the company with different experiences. And it was just really, really cool to hear people's experiences because, as you guys know, there's just so few Black people in tech and in games in general. There's all kinds of challenges you face in this country, for a wide variety of reasons. And again, making games is difficult. Getting hired is difficult. So when you find other people similar experiences, you're like, wow, how did you get here? And there's so much that you can resonate with them about that. So I was really into PAN. I was really into the community we had there. And we just wanted to kind of expand and keep doing activities and doing things to advance our careers, doing things to, celebrate our culture, and doing things to connect with the broader Sony group and other like-minded DEI groups. So I've been involved in that for several years. The role I kind of slid myself into was community outreach, because I'm sort of an outgoing person anyway. I've done other community organizing. And the main, endeavor I've been championing lately has been this thing called the New Visions Project, where me and some other folks have been really trying to support more Black game developers on the PlayStation platform in really concrete and specific ways, and trying to identify opportunities to connect with developers, to offer them information, offer them guidance, offer them resources, and just kind of help shepherd them along the process of being successful developers. Because again, in addition to not knowing how to get into the industry, once you're in, sometimes you don't even know what to do. Sometimes you don't know who to ask, how to get on a certain platform. You don't know how to ask for money. You don't know how to, create a business or have a thriving business. And I feel fortunate enough to be in a position where I've learned some of that information. I have access to people who can answer those questions. So I think through some of the DEI and connection work that I've been doing with Justin, I think we want to try to spread more of this information and make an effort to allow other people to be successful.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it does seem sometimes like it's a black box, especially for everyone. And then folks who really do not have the opportunities or access, it's like you definitely need kind of a lead in. So it's awesome what you're doing, and it's great to work on some of this stuff. If you're comfortable chatting about it, what are some of the obstacles you have had as a black professional in the AAA space?
I mean, it's really hard to say, you know, like again, like making games is hard, you know, being a black male in America is hard. So like it's hard for me to think of any like specific cross sections with that, but one thing that I think I can speak to easily is just not necessarily feeling as though I'm completely understood or recognized, you know, in the way I communicate and in the experiences that I have. And that can just be a challenge with communication. You know, if your leadership or your team members, you know, don't have similar experiences like you, don't look like you, they don't kind of understand where you're coming from, it can make everything more difficult. And that's not to say anything specific about the team I'm on right now, but I feel as though there have been times in my career where I feel as though the challenge in communication was part cultural, and that just kind of comes with the territory. I think that there's maybe a handful of instances where I felt like this is going a little left. So I think that with that, the challenge again for me has always been to try to focus on how do I ensure my success, and how do I not get caught up in any kind of situation or any kind of conflict that could detract from what I'm trying to achieve ultimately. Like, I know I'm trying to be successful in my career. I'm trying to advance. I'm trying to work on cool stuff. I'm trying to, you know, get paid. I'm trying to be a game developer, you know? So like, if I feel like I come across something that's going to try to detract from that, I'm going to do whatever I can to move around it. And definitely having a community helps for that, you know, like having Black at PlayStation and like those coworkers that you can just kind of like rap with and talk with once in a while and just really like relax. It can really make you more comfortable at the place where you're at. So that's something I'm very thankful for in terms of being a Black developer.
Yeah, that's true. Just trying to keep your nose clean sometimes. In that capacity, it's just like, yo, I got to maneuver the BS, just get my work done. So no, I totally feel that. I think a lot of times it is that. It's not like overt craziness, but
the isolation.
Yeah, it's sometimes isolation or just trying to figure out how to, you know, maneuver,
navigate the space.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Absolutely.
Awesome. Kojo, I come from the sort of the hardcore tech side, the back end. So you said you did some stuff on the server side. What was that experience like? Say going from like just traditional game development, but doing actual like server programming.
So it's wild. It was really like the perfect transition for AAA as far as I'm concerned, because I started my career making Flash games. So those are necessarily on the web. And we were making multiplayer games. So I started out as a client programmer. So I had a concept of how network programming works. And apparently, like, a lot of people don't start in that way. And I didn't realize it. I just sort of took it for granted. So I'd actually done a lot of, like, network programming and stuff. And then when I was freelancing, I worked on a multiplayer VR title. So I'd done end-to-end a little bit. But it was like a peer-to-peer thing. So you didn't have to do any authoritative work. So baseball, when I got hired for them, it was actually on the online services team. So they were rewriting their server in C++ and a combination of C++ and C# for performance reasons and for other internal reasons. And they were basically looking for people to help them out do that because it was going to be this monumental task. So really, I think they were interested in me because of my C# experience, because I had done a lot of Unity work. But when I went freelance, it was really an opportunity for me to dive into C++ and learn that. I had never done any C++ work professionally. I'd all been self-taught. So I think once, you know, I passed the technical interview and they got me in there, they're like, oh, this guy can write some C++ too. So what was interesting about it is since the nature of the work was so rote and there was so much of a volume of it, for me, it was like, this is a time to practice C++. So I got to rewrite all these services in the old language to the new language. I got to make sure they're fast. You know, I got to make sure that it's written safely, because crashing is always bad. But when you crash on the server, you take down everybody. So I think like the experience of writing server code as opposed to writing client code just had me thinking about things differently. It had me becoming aware of issues that you don't have to think about on the client, for example. And then also operational things like if you have an issue with the data while the game is live, how do you update, the database or whatever without bringing the game down, because you want to avoid downtime, just different kinds of problems you have to approach. So I thought it was incredibly informative for me, and also kind of an excellent way for me to transition from the more casual side to the AAA side with the skills I had, and then also build more skills that I could take forward for other things.
That's awesome. And so now you're doing more gameplay programming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm pretty much back on the client side now, which is I think where I wanted to be ultimately. I can definitely do both ends of it, but I think that in my career I've had most enjoyment doing client side stuff, interactive stuff, quicker reactive kind of things. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Kojo. It's amazing having you, and we're definitely going to be talking more. Do you want to kind of give a shout out about some of the things that you're working on and how to follow you?
Yeah, you can definitely hit me up on Twitter. Did my video freeze? I'm not sure if that's just for me.
I think so. Yeah.
Darn. Yeah, let's see. Shucks. Well, you can definitely hit me up on Twitter as Twitter Another Kojo. Usually retweeting memes, whatever I find interesting. Again, once my game is released, I'm going to be shouting it from the mountaintop. So you're definitely going to hear about it. But I think till then, just kind of stay tuned to the work that I'm going to be doing with you, Justin, and Black Voices to try to help other Black developers, maybe behind the scenes, maybe in front of it. But, I think staying tuned to Black Voices, and hopefully I'll be able to contribute to that.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, man. It's
Really
dope to
appreciate
see.
it, brother.
Yeah, for sure. And Kojo is amazing. Yeah. He's been working with us on figuring out our programs and such. It's great to see folks taking strides to make a difference in and outside of a corporate type of setting. But we got a game coming up.
All right.
Yes. Next up, we have Chris Butler, who has a colorful game with amazing music titled Spirit Swap from Soft Not Weak. Let's check out the trailer, and then we're going to hop into the game and talk to Chris.
I'll spend my days as a spirit, floating through. I hope I find my peace of mind. I'd swap nothing out of my heart. Try to find the light in the dark. Fly around the world, make friends on the way, and maybe you can find your fate. When the weight of the world is on your heart, I wish you well. And every single person that was rude to you, I hope they're doing better than they were back then. Cause it's all just different things that motivate the constant hate. I just wanna have a smile upon my face. Swap spirits in the afternoon.
Spirit Swap it's so gorgeous. It's amazing. That lo-fi hip hop vibe, super dope. We got Chris. Chris Butler is on. What is happening, Chris? It's so great to have you.
What's up,
Great
folks?
to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. So this dude right here is gonna play Spirit Swap. I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. I think he's gonna be able to kill it. You know what I mean? Can you tell, as we get into the game, can you just describe a little bit about the game, the gameplay, and some of the influences behind Spirit Swap?
Yeah. So our creative director Alex is really into match 3 games, and as early on in development, and when we formed Soft Not Weak, Alex Morgan and I, we were wanting to start with something small, but we ended up building it up into this match 3 game with a narrative element, and basically it was just all the things that we liked coming together in a game. Just the music, colorful graphics, as opposed to kind of grim dark things that are out there. We wanted to have something that was more low stakes, fun, colorful, interesting characters. A game with really relaxing sort of gameplay, although as we continue to develop and develop 2-player mode, things get a little competitive and maybe not so so down tempo. But I think a lot of the inspirations are mostly, I guess, just kind of us putting things that we like in the game. For example, a lot of the designs of the environment and the characters are from Alex's home country of Lebanon, and pulling inspirations from that. And
That's cool.
Along with that, just as we put ourselves into the game, like the music that we like, which I think early in development, it was the start of pandemic. We were inside, locked in, and I believe Alex found our composer Melty Cannon, and
oh, nice.
we're just
That's
like,
cool.
This music, I don't know, it just gave us life, and so we were like, we need to work with Melty Cannon to get his sound and influence in the game, and yeah. But yeah,
It definitely slaps on a chill vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if you could say slaps on a chill vibe, but it has. It definitely has a vibe. Like what? Yeah. When I actually first played it, I played it for some time because I was just like so inundated with work. It just made me chill. It was funny was I even turned it off. Like I stopped playing the game and I was working and I just kept the game up, just like letting it loop.
Just listening to music.
That's really cool.
I've done that myself.
Yeah. Yeah. What are some of the games that you pulled from, like, to influence it? I mean, from your perspective, I mean, I see a little bit of Puzzle Fighter. I see a little bit of Yoshi's Cookie, like,
Yeah. I think the main sort of inspiration was Panel de Pawn on Super Nintendo, which I think is also known as Tetris Attack or Pokemon Puzzle League, and I think other titles. So as far as mechanics, that's a big portion of the inspiration, but we're trying to add our own twist with spells, which I don't know if you see, there's a little gauge on the side of the playfield there. If you see a little emblem appear and you hit Alt, or if you're on controller, it might be one of the buttons, you can cast a spell that will clear the top half of the stage. So
you may have to bust some buttons out.
All right.
But yeah, so that's the spell icon, which, but that's fine. But yeah, we're trying to.
Oh, what was that? It? Did he
there
just?
It is.
Oh, okay,
So-
cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, so we're trying to mix it up with that mechanic, and we have different characters, and also you can, as the game, in the main game, there's a narrative element, and you'll get items you can equip to get different spells, and or not items to equip, but put in your room to get different spells and that kind of thing.
That's cool. I think I'm gonna jump from the game to you and back to the game possibly. I want to know a little bit about your history and how you got into development, and then help to be a part of this and start this team.
Yeah. So I guess ever since I was little, I guess yeah. Starting from my dad was always into computers, so like I've just in like that kind of stuff. So I'd been playing games. I'd been on a computer as early as I can remember, and that being the case, played a lot of video games and wanted to know how to make them. So yeah, throughout my life, I been learning how to program. My dad had programming books, so I'd try and read them. But actually, career and getting into games in general, I started off in animation. I went to school and studied media arts and animation. So I did that, but actually I didn't go into animation for about 5 years later, because right out of school I moved to Japan. And at first I taught English, and then I got a job in an ad agency. And that's probably where I first started using like programming, because for certain projects they would need like web work, and I would, doing basic things with JavaScript and whatnot. I just was, using it on the job and learning from there. And, also in my free time, and I think just as a previous guest had said, trying to make Flash games, I learned a lot of ActionScript, which is also kind of related to JavaScript as well. So, from there, I built up those skills. And after returning to the U.S., I was looking for work and was still doing some freelance web design. And since I was mostly self-taught, I, kind of didn't have, I guess, kind of the confidence, even though I may have had the skills at the time. So I got a certification, and then from there, most of my gaming development work had been in personal projects and things like that. But I had developed more kind of the professional side of programming skills with my work on web design, and I did, some working at a startup. I learned a little bit of back end as well, making a mobile app, and working with other team members, Morgan and Alex. When we, I guess at first we were like, hey, you know what? We have a lot of skills here. Why don't we try making a game? And and I guess I guess that's what brings us to Spirit Swap today.
That's cool. You guys had a successful, successful Kickstarter. Can you talk about kind of the journey of developing this game? Because I know it always is a journey from development, funding, all that kind of thing.
Right. We had started working on the game, and I think perhaps we were at a point where and I think the pandemic did have a little bit of an effect on it, because we were just indoors all the time. We're like, what are we going to do with all this time? Let's buckle down and make this game. And then we started, and then we were like, all right, and things started picking up, and we had reached out to Melty Cannon, and he agreed to help us with the music. We had reached out to others to get help on how to start a game and whatnot. And and then we were like, I think it's time to do a Kickstarter. We were asking around for advice of what amounts we should start with and whatnot, and we decided on an amount of $75,000, and a lot of people were maybe a little thinking maybe we should bring the amount down, but that's the amount that we needed to be able to properly pay the people we want to work with and invest in the things we need. And we started the Kickstarter, and we doubled our goal and made $150,000, which was
that's so
I know,
dope.
it's a good sign.
That's really good.
I love this game.
Because we it's something that we put ourselves into, and it was really great to see that so many other people also enjoy it as much as we do. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. Can you talk, because I mean it's really interesting that you said that you were talking about kind of that core philosophy of paying your team correctly. Can you go into that? Because I don't think most indie studios are like fly by the seat of their pants and like we'll figure it out. But you all are really focused on making sure that everybody is included and are getting properly paid and that type of thing.
Yes, and we're structured as a worker-owned co-op.
Wow.
We're all owners in this. So we're trying to to start off with, making a co-op in the U.S. is quite tricky. And that's a big challenge that we've come up against. But we're working through it and have a lot of great people to get advice from. But so we want, because right now we can't bring all of our contractors in, but we want to make sure that that while they are working for us, that they can live on the work that we're doing together, and when the game makes it, we can I guess bring everyone in and be part owners as well. But it's really important for us that Softenut Week doesn't end up being like this entity that is just out for money, and that we take care of the people we work with.
For sure. I think I'm gonna play, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Alfonso,
Awesome.
so I'm not bombarding you with questions.
The name of your studio, Softenut Week, where does that come from? Because it's a very interesting name. I think that it speaks a lot to what you guys are trying to build.
Mm-hmm. It's actually a quote from the sci-fi series Farscape.
Oh, nice.
There's
I did not know that.
Yeah. I think not a direct quote, but it's definitely the core inspiration of it, and I think it is an aspect that the world, I don't know. A lot of times people are like, you got to be hard and tough and, and all that kind of thing. But strength is not necessarily about being like this tough, hard thing, so to speak.
Correct.
It's like, you can be soft and strong, or, soft and not weak.
That's right. A lot of martial arts are built on that as well. Like, not rigid isn't stronger. So it's good.
Very fragile.
And then just playing the game is one of the things I thought was sort of really amazing. It was like, because I can play this game for hours and not like, it's a awesome after work de-stress kind of game, because it's got like the Candy Crush meets an R&B mixtape sort of feel to it that I really, really love. And I can just like play and chill and like just vibe with the music and like do the matching and like and trying to get better at it without like a bunch of anxiety, like no one's trying to shoot me or run me over or and sometimes you need a break from that, especially as a person of color in this role. You need a little something to de-stress with. So I think that's uniquely important.
And even in the narrative that is being written for the game, we didn't want it to be like this big, you have to save the world or everyone will die kind of thing. It's just you prepping for a party with your friends, essentially.
Oh, is that it? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Can you go into the narrative, because that's really interesting. I did not know.
Sure. So I've not read too deeply because I didn't want to spoil myself, but
oh, okay.
But I do know, like, the basic outline of the game is Samar here is can swap spirits. Spirits are actually beings from another dimension, and sometimes they cross over, and there's sort of an agreement between this dimension and the dimension of the spirits to, like, if you find a spirit, put them back together and then send them back. And you can maybe also see that in the animations a little bit. And then, send them back to the other dimension. But there's something happening where there are a lot of spirits around right now. And that is one aspect of the story, not to spoil anything. But also, I guess sort of the flow of the narrative is kind of like Hades. It's not necessarily a, linear thing, but as you visit your friends, the story develops, and you gain. You might gain some new spells, new furniture, or
Nice.
just have a very interesting conversation with your friends. Yeah,
So you
and
continue to
there's-
progress in the game, get more. It gets more interesting. You add more elements to the game as you progress, which is great. I mean, I love that, but it doesn't feel what I call like stressful, or like there's no sort of build up of like, oh, I got to get this thing done right now. You just
I don't know. I'm trying to swap these things as fast as possible on this tiny ass screen.
only Justin would find a way to make this game stressful.
I can't stop from being competitive. I need to get these hearts. No, I'm just kidding.
That's actually something we've come across. Yeah, like even though you can go at your own pace in chill mode, we do have other modes that will scratch that itch if you need something fast and frenetic. So,
all right,
and
I kind of went a little bit in on it. So you said
we do
that
have a 2-player mode, which yeah.
I was about to say. I was gonna
Then you
say.
just put it down on your friends. Okay, I see it,
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want us to go in. We'd mess up this whole interview. We wouldn't even be talking to you. It'd just be going in. You said you could get furniture, like, so you could build out your apartment or house, or how does that work? That's awesome.
Yeah. So Samar, so it's kind of the day-to-day life of Samar, and you'll start in Samar's room, prep for the day. You can put on new clothes if you want, and also in your room you can decorate it with different furniture, and depending on what you have in your room, it will affect gameplay as well.
Okay. Nice. You guys added some really interesting elements to the game that are not, standard that you would think of a game like this. But that's really interesting. Beyond that, why this specific color palette and for the game?
It's
Like
the
artistic
color
choices.
palette.
Yeah, the artistic choices.
Yeah. I think in early development, as I mentioned earlier, Alex had drawn some inspirations from their home, and there's a certain color palette that is similar to this that they wanted in, particularly I believe this blue is a particular blue that Alex wanted in, and I think just in general, and some currently we do in this demo there's this, but as you may see other scenes in the future, I think we did just want colorfulness in general, just to evoke joy rather than rather than any kind of
It's not gloom and doom, darkness of space.
So I have one last question. So what is it seems like this game is very inclusive. It's very colorful. How are you invoking that, like the diversity in this game?
Yeah, I would say our team. I mentioned that a lot of this is like our team putting themselves in the game, and our team is a very diverse group, and I think through that, and maybe even directly in some of the characters, which may be self-inserts in some ways.
That's great.
I think that really comes through, and I mean, it's just us kind of putting ourselves in and wanting to see, and I think also there are other other people, maybe kids, who want to see people like us in games, and
For sure.
Definitely do.
It feels like
Definitely do.
excellent way to do that.
We appreciate you jumping on, Chris. It's been amazing, and I've been following the game. I've been trying to support it through like the Black Game Developer Fund and that type of thing. How could we find out more about the game? Do you have any release date updates or that type of thing?
So release date, the plan is Q4 2022, later this year.
Awesome.
And if you want to follow development, at SoftNut Week on Twitter is
Nice.
a great place to start. And we also have a Discord for following development as well, if you want to get to know even more details about what's going on. We'd appreciate it if you wish list us on Steam, and also maybe also follow us on itch.io. You can also get the demo there on both Steam and itch.io if anyone out there wants to play it.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Chris, and we'll definitely talk to you again soon. Definitely wishlist the game.
Absolutely. Wishlist the game. Buy the game. Q4 will be released.
And play the demo.
Play the demo.
Yeah.
It's dope. You'll love the vibe of that game.
Yeah. Chris, so dope. It's great that they were able to jump on. Shout out to our sponsors again, Raw Fury, PlayStation, Razer, and everybody who's watching the stream and the developers involved. Coming up next is Haboka, a single-player survival horror video game based on folklore. I don't know why I said video game. It's obvious it's a video game. From Madagascar and set around the middle of the 20th century, from Salem and his team at Flying Carpet Games. Let's check out the trailer.
Check it out.
That was the eerie trailer for Haboka. We have Salem on the line. What is up, Salem? How's it going?
Hi, guys. How are you guys doing?
Good. I can't see your chin.
Oh.
I'm just okay. And now I can see your chin. I'm just playing. Thank you so much for joining us. Did you just shave too? I don't know. Now I'm like all about the facial features.
I did shave yesterday, just for you guys.
Okay. Thank you. I shave for you too.
Why are you this person?
I can't. I have to call it how it is. This is live now because I'm talking this mess. Haboka is so awesome. Thank you for joining us. I think what's really interesting is your story and where you're from. So I kind of want to, before we get into gameplay, can you talk about a little bit about your background as a developer and where you're actually at, what country and region you're from?
Yeah, so I'm Canadian. I'm from Montreal. My mother is from Madagascar, so you can see how that plays into the game. My father is French Canadian. I've been in the gaming industry since 2008. I started at Gameloft in making a mobile game. And then I realized that I wanted to make my own games. I wanted to be indie. So in 2012, I started my own studio, Flying Carpets Game. We did a first video game, the Girl and the Robot, that you can see here. That was released on PS4 and also on Steam, also on Wii U, if you guys remember the Wii U. And
yeah.
And then we did a card game, and now I'm back in video game, making my second video game, which is a game that is a little bit more personal because it goes into the culture from my mother's side of the family. So the inspiration came a lot from the story she told me, and then I started, to research about the mythology, about folklore of Madagascar, and I discovered some pretty dark things. There was some good thing, but there's a lot of things linked to the underworld and death. And so it kind of tied in with the story I wanted to tell of grief. Basically in this game you can play as two characters. The first one, the one that is playable now is Alexander, which just lost his mother, and he's trying to find a way to reconnect with her, with you can say the means of Malgashi witchcraft. So Hiboka, the word Imboka is one of the words that means underworld in Malgashi culture, and so he's trying to find the gate that connects the world of the living and the world of the dead. And the second character, Ramala, is a Malagasy girl that is caught in this story because of circumstances, and is caught because of Alexander's action inside this mansion that is hidden deep in the woods of Madagascar. And so there's what you play as two characters, and there's a lot of ethical choice that you have to make. There's a lot of puzzles, but basically Alexander is trying to go deeper into the mansion to find this gate to the underworld, and Ramala is trying to escape this mansion of horror. So basically that's a little bit of the setup of both characters. What's interesting is that you play both characters on the same timeline, but the action that you make as one character affects the consequences of another character. So once you play with that character, so you're going to be switching between two characters, and decisions that you make stay consistent within the timeline of the other character. So for example, if you take something as one character, or if you break something, or if you leave a door open, then when you play as a second character, all those things are going to remain as is in the world. So that's a little bit of the unique selling point of this game. If you guys remember, if you played whole game like Resident Evil 1, where you play both characters, when you play as one character and then the second, everything is perfectly closed, locked, and you have to replay in an alternate kind of similar world. But for this game, every action that you make is gonna stay persistent in that persistent state as you switch between two characters. So that's basically.
Oh, I was just gonna say. So as you're switching them, like in different parts of the story, or as you if you beat the game and then you replay, it maintains the integrity of what happened before.
So basically, there is 3 chapters: a chapter for Alexander, a chapter for Ramala, and then a final chapter where you alternate between the two characters. But so when you play as Alexander, you're gonna make decisions, some of them ethical decisions, because and that's also gonna affect the path that you're gonna take at the ending. And then when you switch to the second chapter as Ramala, then all the action, the consequences of those actions are going to remain. If that makes sense.
No, that totally makes sense. I felt a rumbling feature on the controller as
there is rumbling.
The door slid by. I was like, wait, what? That's
you can
interesting.
See that it's still early. There's no UI yet. Like we're using the default Unity UI text based. So, but so now we're working on this first section of the mansion, which is basically the main hall, the basement, and also the dungeon.
Could you talk a little bit as we still play? Number one, is he going in the right? Is he doing the right thing?
No, you have to go back.
Stay on my business. I know what I'm doing.
You gotta listen. He said go back.
Go back.
Yeah, and also you can run if you hold down the X button. I believe if you have an Xbox controller, it's either the X button. Yeah, there you go. To the right, there should be a door on the right side of that room. Yeah, if you turn right again.
On the right side of here? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
you're gonna run into the corner. I can't say anything because if I was playing, he would clown me the whole time.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. Could you talk a little bit about your team? And you could interrupt and just jump in and tell them where to go too. But
sure. Yeah, take that rope. There's a little bit of flavor text there, but it's okay. So my team is a little bit scattered all over the world. One of the main person that stayed with me with my previous game is Ayaka Nakamura, who is based in Japan. So yeah, you can attach the rope here, and you have to go back near the throne to put. There should be a lever near the throne. If you go back, no, not that way, the other way. No, the other way. Yeah, this should be a throne. Like, just go for it. And
the lever up here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right there.
The puzzle elements are really cool. It's interesting.
Yeah. So you attach and then again, press it again. So Ayaka is based in Japan. She's the one doing the concept art and also all the promotional art for the game. Of course, myself, I'm taking care of the design, the programming, and obviously the production, a little bit of level art as well. Then we have Mark Choi, who's based in London. He's the one doing the composition, the music composition. We have Ahmed, who is also in Montreal. He's doing the sound. We have Stephanie Landry that does the character modeling. So I'm pretty much the one full-time on this, but and other members come in and out to do their job, and I'm the one integrating everything into the game. So yeah, we're pretty much scattered all over the world.
That's cool. What were some of the lessons you learned from your first game that you brought over to developing this game? Because I know there must be a ton, right?
There is a ton of lesson. I guess the main one is not rush into it. Like I have more of a philosophy of it's gonna be finished when it's gonna be finished. I want to put more care and attention into this. You have to go back to the chess. Oh, did you get the match?
Yeah,
he got it.
Okay,
yeah.
you got it. Okay, so go back to the candle near the table. To the right, yeah. So, yeah, perfect. And here, in case you missed it, I can give you the solution. You have to take the knife on the right side. If you move with the D-pad, yeah.
D-pad.
Is it working? Yeah. So take one of the knife and put one on the chest.
Stick them in the chest.
Oh wow, this is really gruesome.
One on the right hand, the right arm. Yeah, that. And one on the left leg. Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, left leg.
Please.
Oh, the left leg. Okay.
Yeah, you can take it back. Yeah, take it. Yeah.
I thought you said left neck too.
Okay, sorry about that.
I'm just playing.
I got a left neck.
Yeah, left neck. Yeah.
Yeah. That,
No,
that-
he like.
Go back.
I'll go back the other way.
Yeah, there should be a device right there on
Oh,
your
wow.
right. No, go back. Yeah, to the left. To the right. Yeah, go there.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
And again-
So, what are your? Obviously, this has some survival horror influences. What are some of your main influences for this game and other games that your studio is developing?
Well, I've always been a fan of the Silent Hill series and
okay.
Fatal Frame. So, in terms, and of course, Resident Evil. So those were my main inspiration. But in terms of storytelling, a lot of it is from like puzzle game, from like Zero Escape series and things like that. It's less. There's less action. It's more about the puzzles, about in the vein of escape room and stuff like that. But there is a little bit of action.
Oh, that's
Yeah, you're
so
going the right
interesting.
way.
I haven't played the Zero Escape series. I gotta check that out now.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, you're going the right way. Yeah.
So, what are some of the challenges that you faced? Developing this game.
There is challenge, but I would say it's kind of challenge that are fun to overcome. So a lot of it is research, to make sure that I have, in terms of like finding out monster. Like for example, you'll see a monster soon. A lot of that information is not written down on in documents. So a lot of the work was to like interview people, families on, stuff like that. And if it is documented in books, it's usually very hard to find on the internet. So I had to like hunt down on the internet. Like
You had to go to the
old,
library?
I had to go to the library, stop playing video
Wow.
game, and actually, open a book and order books that have like one print left in the world or things like that. Like for example, here's a monster called the Kinoli, which is a monster that used to be human, but was possessed by a human, evil human spirit for such a long time that their appearance changed to something like this, or a creature with very long nails and.
That's cool. I can imagine just the discovery during your research would be quite fun, especially during development. And it's like real history that you're digging into. It seems really interesting. Where can we find out more about the game? When are you anticipating release, and where can we follow you in the game?
This game's dope.
So you can, I really recommend you guys to follow our mailing list on our website, which is flyingcarpetsgames.com. So you should be able to, register to our mailing list. We're also on Steam wish list if you want to wish list us. So we're gonna send information updates through Steam and also through our mailing list. So those would be the two main way to get to follow us. Of course, our Twitter is a good place as well. In terms of our plan, I would really like us to be able to do a Kickstarter either this year or the start of next year. like I said, I want to put as much care as possible into this game. The demo that you saw today is maybe like 15% of the game, but I would really like to finish this game within 2 years or something like that. But again, learning from my past game, I want to come in with the philosophy of it's going to be finished when it's going to be finished, and not rush things and put as much care into it as possible, because it is personal, kind of personal, and also it reflects a culture that is not usually presented in game, and so I want to be as accurate and as careful as possible when the game is released.
Cool. Thank you
So I
so
hope-
much, Laylam. We appreciate you.
Yeah, this is
Thank you.
great.
Thank
The
you so
game
much
is
for
visually
having me.
stunning. It's a beautiful game.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
All right.
Talk to you later. That was dope. Like, you're really into those games. Yeah, you're like really into those style of games,
yeah,
and
got the puzzles.
you already knew you were just like memorizing all the puzzles. It's hilarious. I was like struggling when I first tried it. I actually would have benefited more from him walking me through it. But yeah, that was really awesome. Haboka, go ahead and wishlist that. That is on the Mix Steam page right now as we speak. Up next, we have an award-winning producer and developer, Des Gale, who is a founder of POC and Play, been in the industry for 23 years, worked at Xbox, EA, independently on his own games, and helps developers at Publishing Studio, Fellow Traveler, and so much more. Des will be sharing his game Hellbrand, and we do have a little piece of, what is it? We have a little animatic, an amazing animatic, and then we're going to be playing an early build of the game.
Awesome.
Check it out.
That was incredible. Must have been 20 of them.
No, at least 30. Unbelievable. But why do you let them live?
They are just villagers. There's no honor in that.
But we haven't seen the action this whole journey. We're trained to fight.
Fear not. There is plenty of fight for you in here.
This will stop any unwanted guests from coming in from behind.
Oh, man. There's just one guy in here.
There is nothing for you here. Please leave.
Oh, it's just a woman.
To hide here of all places. Genius.
Welcome home, Friedrich.
Can we attack?
Yes!
Formation 6?
Formation 6.
Where is the boy?
Why are you doing this?
I am a soldier. I serve the crown.
It is on the wrong head.
That is not up to me.
Do not be a fool. I taught you better than this.
Better foolish than blind! Where is the boy?
Even if you get through me, you'll never find him.
You could be right.
Then leave!
You're still a strong fighter, but age has got the best of you. Maybe I won't need to find him. Maybe he'll come to me.
Lucius, you fool.
Okay, it's okay. There we go. Hidden in plain sight. Impressive magic.
You cannot do this. You know she will kill him. You may as well leave him here with me. He will never forgive you for this.
This is for you. It's a shame the circumstances weren't different.
That was the animatic for Hellbrand. We have Dez on the line. It looks really interesting. It's cool to see stuff so early. You know what I mean? Especially story-based narrative. You there, Dez?
I am. Hello.
Yo, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. It's really funny watching the animatic again. Yeah, we have looked at it internally for like a good 3 or 4 months now, but it's a good asset to help us like pitch for funding. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I think that's even like a good like way to start. I mean, because we have an early build of the game. You have the animatic. There's so much actually I would love to talk to you about because you have such a wealth of knowledge and you're a veteran in the space. Can we let's just get started with a little bit of your history? I mean, before prepping for this, and I've known you for a bit. I mean, just through talking a few times and looking at some of your interviews, it's crazy what you have accomplished. So I kind of want to have the audience hear some of that. Can you tell us a little bit about your background in the industry?
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. Oh man. So yeah, I started a long time ago, 1998. I got my first job with Lego. Before they were cool, we were making games like Lego Race. Well, Lego Races was actually pretty good on the PS1, and then we did like Legoland, Lego Creator on PC, and a couple of Game Boy games actually, which are pretty cool. Yeah, after that, I went to Microsoft for a little bit, helped launch the original Xbox. That was a very intense time, but still good. Where'd I go from there? I went to EA after that for 5 years. Yeah, that was awesome. Like, worked on pretty much every EA Sports title under the sun. Then I left there, went into sort of like smaller development. Still working on EA games, which is kind of funny. Popped over to Barcelona for a bit, made some mobile games for Adidas. Then I went home, and what did I do? Oh yeah, I went to work for Climax on a game that got killed by Square. And then just to show how small the industry is, in a bizarre twist of fate, I ended up working for Square with the 2 people that actually killed my previous game. So that was fun interview.
That's crazy.
It was cool. Like, the game was ambitious, and honestly, yeah, we weren't getting there. Like, it could have ended better, but objectively, it was the right decision. Like, there's no beef there. And then yeah, that's when I switched into sort of like indie publishing. So what did I do? So yeah, I was a producer on Life is Strange, the original series. Then I moved on to Just Cause 4, I think. Yeah, 3, 4, one of them. And after that, yeah, I moved into publishing with the Collective team. That was cool. Published some really nice games. And then after that, I came over here, built a house. Yeah, and then I started working with Fellow Traveller 2.5 years ago. Yeah, focusing on narrative games, which is great because that's kind of like the core for me. Yeah,
that's awesome. That's so. I mean, you're like super OG, triple OG status, and I don't think people know that. That's crazy. So you're working with a Fellow Traveller, and you're developing prototypes in various different games. Which kind of brings us to Hellbrand. You want to jump into describing Hellbrand and maybe help Alfonso out, and he's gonna hit me real soon if I keep clowning him.
I'm killing him, so that's
so yeah, you need to walk back and come out the river. That's right, and then go. Where are you? Yeah, if you go back to the main path, yeah, you go over the bridge, you'll be fine. Yeah. So the Hellbrand, yeah. The Hellbrand as you can see, it's like an action RPG, and it kind of follows the story of this fallen king. So you made a deal with the devil that you'd stay in hell as long as your son was alive, and that animatic is kind of like the path to your son not being alive. So you get released from hell, and basically you're on a journey of vengeance. You want to find out what happened and retrieve your son's body. But the devil makes you another deal. She's just like, oh, hey, tell you what, if you bring his body back to me, I'll bring him back to life, but I need you to get this ancient artifact for me. So you travel the sort of like, the world doesn't have a name yet, but you go to these different places and you need to collect graces, which are a mixture of powers and different armor that you used to have back when you were outside of hell, because you're going to need it to take down the big bad at the end. The little wrinkle here is those graces are protected by guardians, who are a mixture of mythical creatures that have been imbued with godlike powers to help them protect it. It's good fun.
Cool. Are we? Does this current build have like music or sound? I'm just curious to make sure that we have everything.
Yeah, audio's turned off.
Cool. I just want to make sure. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we had some problems with optimization. So like the file, like when the audio in, the file size is like huge. We're not quite sure what we did there.
No, that totally makes sense. Where are you guys? Where are you at with development? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, once again, sorry, Alfonso. Sorry, if you go back to that gate, to the, if you go all the way back, what's it? I think it's left bumper or right bumper. You can cast fire magic and you should open the gate. And if that doesn't work, I can tell you somewhere else. Where are we at? So we've just come to the end of this proof of concept. So we were very lucky. We applied. So yeah, sorry. No,
sick.
Yeah, so you need to talk to the green character. If you press what's the controller? B. Have you got? Yeah, good. He'll ask you to light the brazier, and then that's when you press that fire attack, and it should light. So we got concept funding, which was literally just to write a design doc from the state. There we go. Okay, that didn't work. If you come a little bit back down the path, and then now come round to your, if you turn right, no, not your right, my left, that's it, yeah. And then, there we go, go through there. Go through sorry, the opposite way. Sorry, this is the camera's weird. The other side of the path.
You just go that way.
Yeah, just
right. Just go down.
I'll just go back down.
Oh, yeah, down.
Go down and then go right.
And then turn right.
Right.
The character's right now.
Left,
character's left. Okay. Up through this gap here. That's it. There we go. Now go. Get through that gap.
This gap?
Yep. Keep going.
This is the best.
Yep.
This is the worst.
Now go up on the screen. Cool. There we go. Keep going. You'll find a path down there that will let you into town. Sorry. So we've been working on this for 9 months. It is the proof of concept that we are going to use to pitch for further funding.
Nice.
That's cool. This
was beautiful.
Yeah,
like,
it's
the
great.
game is visually stunning.
I think this is like so for all the audience out here, like we just got this a couple days ago, so it's actually awesome to see like builds like early. So I can't front on, if I was doing the same thing, I would be going like in the middle into trees and walls and everything else. So that's hilarious. I think it was what is it? Oh really?
Okay.
Yeah, not to the right, but like into town the other way. Yeah. Well.
That's not good.
Yeah.
All right.
This is the problem of live streams. Oh no.
Yeah, you got fumbled up.
If you've got a keyboard,
we need to reset.
You can press page up and you can teleport. If you have a keyboard near you.
We'll just reset. We'll just reset it. It's cool. Okay. No, it's all good.
All right.
Can you talk about like? So you said you had some funding for. Oh, you got it. He got it, I think. So you said you got some funding for like to put together the game design document and the preliminary document. This dude is like falling down mountains like crazy. This is ridiculous. I think we should just reset it. Honestly, yeah. Let's go. Let's go 2 up. 2 up. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
2 up reset. You know what I mean? This is great.
Sorry, so the funding, yeah. So the German government, they're really committed to like raising German game developers on the world stage. So there's kind of 2 tiers. You've got the main sort of like federal government funding, which has one pot of like X millions, and then each state has its own different funding pots as well, which they go up to about $500,000 in some places. It's very similar to the Canadian Media Fund, which is very cool. So you've got a concept stage, which you can ask for 20,000 euros. And that's literally write a design doc, do some concept art, which we did. And then after that, you can apply for follow-on funding, which for us, would they call it prototype funding, which we've used to create this proof of concept here. And we got 80,000 for that, which is cool, but 80,000 disappears very, very quickly.
Some people don't realize how costly even making like prototypes is, you know. So it's interesting. Can you talk a little bit about your philosophy on raising funds? Because when I've talked to you previously, you have a very interesting, you know, way of going about it, right? And kind of mitigating your risks.
Yeah, so it's oh man, it's kind of frustrating. So for me personally, like my risk profile is very high. Like I think, you know, video games, you know, they're definitely an art form, and some games, whilst they aspire to be commercial, like I don't think that's always the end goal. So oh man, how did you do that? Oh man, okay, yeah. So what we tend to do is like before, like we got the funding here, is we do a little bit of work for hire, screwing away a little bit of money, and then we just work on, you know, some concepts and prototypes. There is a little bit of like market analysis where we're just like, okay, these types of games we definitely shouldn't do. You know, and it's sad actually, because they're my favorite type of game, like, you know, 3D platformers, but they're very difficult to sell if your name isn't Nintendo. Yeah, and then specifically for us, like, because we're heavily story based, you know, I tend to come up with the vision and the core story arc, like, oh, this is kind of what I want to do. And then that's when I bring on like proper writers, and they make it not terrible. And then yeah, like with this proof of concept here, like this actually bucked my trend a little bit, because I prefer to sort of like have all the environment just sort of grey boxed, and then just focus on the control, the camera and the character. But this could sound really negative, but it isn't. But as part of the funding, like, you have to hire from specific places in Germany, and basically we just play to the strengths of the people that we could find. So yeah, that's what kind of skewed the prototype slightly. But then yeah, in general with funding, like obviously the goal is to try and get as much free money as possible. So, you know, grant funds first, and then speak to platform holders, and then if you still need money after that, that's when you start talking to publishers. You know, because each terms, you know, just get less and less attractive. Yeah,
that's super interesting. I don't know if this is where he's supposed to go, but it's amazing.
Yeah, you're right now. You're down. Yeah, this is good.
Oh, okay, that was really good, because I was just looking at how everyone was doing. That's really funny. One of the questions so you've worked with publishers, you work with big AAA companies. In what ways have working for a publisher influenced your growth as a developer and a leader in the industry and your path?
Oh, cool. I guess knowing what sort of like internally the processes are. So when you're making the pitch materials, focusing on some areas over other areas, and knowing you just have to be specific. So publicly, like some publishers are very clear about what they want and what their labels are about. Others aren't so much. It's a bit more difficult, but the conversations just happen much more faster when you do that. And also, the biggest thing is not to assume. I mean, unless you're in the upper echelon of superstardom, don't assume that who you're pitching to knows who you are and what you've done. Like, always be clear about going over that again. And some of this is just kind of direct insider knowledge. Is that sometimes there's just budgets around where they've just got to spend the money. Sadly for me, it doesn't always line up the types of games that we make, but budgets, they're annual and they need to be, allocated. Otherwise, you don't get them again next year. And then I think the biggest thing is just knowing that, there's always more than one person you need to convince. Pretty much every publisher I've had contact with, you meet the person, like the scout or the biz dev person. But after that, there's 4 or 5 other people they got to convince internally before they give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. So, there's that. And the main thing is just patience, like seeing it from the inside. Like, I know how long things take. It's not going to be a week or 2. Sometimes it could be 6 or even 8. But that depends on how much they like your game, right? Like, if everyone likes the game, they'll move as fast as they want.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that I've like encountered too. I've also encountered, because I do stuff in publishing too. Even though the game is dope as hell, even if a developer is impatient, it kind of puts people off. It's like, yo, just relax a bit, just wait it out. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to work with you, and that could also turn publishers off.
I've witnessed people talk themselves out of a deal, and you're just like, holy shit! All you just got to do is, can I swear on here? No.
No, yeah, you can. Yeah.
All you got to do is just shut the F up, and you'll be all right. But yeah, some people.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yo, thank you, Des.
This game is dope, man.
Yeah, the game. It's really cool to see this early on. Thank you for sharing it with us, and thanks for joining us. We have to have another longer another conversation, because you have so much information. We just have to chop it up. But where can we find out more about Hellbrand?
Cool. So yeah, we're mainly on Twitter. A little bit quiet at the minute, but that's on Hidden Titan DE. Mainly shout on there. The Steam page is up, so you can wishlist the game right now, please. And then for me, I'm at Kid Desimo on Twitter if you want to see me mainly shitpost and occasionally talk about the game.
That's hilarious. Cool. Thank you so much, Des. I think we're gonna go into a short break, and then we're gonna come back with a friend of ours, John Davis from Black Sheep Consulting. So thank you so much, Des.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Cheers.
for sure. All right. And we're back. Yeah, Dez's game is amazing. You did a great job because that was like one of the first times you've tried that, and fell off a cliff a couple times, but made things happen. Next up, we got. I'm not even giving you a chance to rebuttal. You know what I mean? I was looking at Mary back there. She was like, "What the hell is this guy doing?" But I wouldn't have done any better. So up next, or right now, what am I talking about? John Davis, co-founder of BitSummit, Black Sheep Consulting. He does so many things. He's on the line. What's up?
What's going on?
What's up? What's up?
How are you doing, man?
Man, I'm hanging in there, man. I had to get up pretty early. It's like 6 a.m. in Tokyo right now. So I was fortunate. My daughter was like, she woke me up at 4. She was like, "Daddy, you have a meeting at 5."
Wow. That's crazy.
She's your assistant already.
I know, right?
That's cool.
How you guys
no,
doing?
but it's really. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay, so like I think we'll have to just maybe leave a pregnant pause.
Okay, we'll have to be like the that guy on the scene at the for whenever he's reporting, from overseas, he's just waiting, just sitting there.
That's what it's like. I have to have my
just sitting there for a second.
Yeah, just like this. Okay, cool. Yeah. But no, it's awesome to have you on board. I've been trying to have you like on one of the Black Voices of Gaming for a minute, but then I cut like the last time I caught COVID right when we were supposed to do a stream, which was unfortunate, but it's great to have you here. I mean, you're so influential in the space with BitSummit, your work at previous convention stuff. I know I'm blowing you up, but you have to toot your own horn a little bit. Can you just talk about like the thing, because you have Black Sheep Consulting and you're producing, you're working on a lot of different games with a lot of folks, and also it's not easy to get in line with and in tune with folks, Japanese developers and publishers. Like that's something you have to really work your way up to. So can you talk a little bit about your journey?
Yeah. So my kind of origin story was, I came out to Japan to teach English, and with under the auspices that I would kind of freelance, in journalism, and that was right before, that was like around 2004, so it was a few years before the whole kind of world kind of crashed with the Great Recession, and I was just here kind of freelancing a little bit for IGN, for Famitsu and stuff, met some nice people. And kind of slowly worked my way through journalism into helping out game devs here and helping out publishers here and things like that, which led to me working at like Grasshopper Manufacturer, working at Q Games, and at Q Games I worked with James Milkey to start BitSummit.
Nice.
That's dope. Like, how did you start? Because, when we first met, I did not know that you originally started with James, and I love James too. Like, he's going to be here in the city. I think he's going to be DJing and playing music, which is crazy. How did you guys like come together and form BitSummit?
Well, we kind of ran in the same circle. I mean, the foreigners that work in games here in Japan is very small, small group of us, and we had a lot of friends in common, and right after I joined Q Games, we went out for lunch, and he was like, "Hey, I'm leaving Q Entertainment to come work at Q Games." And the two of us were there, and we had just finished, I think, shipping Pixel Jump 4 AM, and we had some free time, and he was like, "Hey, let's do a convention." And I was kind of like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you want to do?" And he's like, "I want to do something a little bit different than your typical stuff. I'm gonna like do something that really highlights Japanese indies here." And yeah, we got together with Tomi-san, one of the producers at Q, and just kind of started brainstorming and had our first event like maybe 6 months after that. We had about 200 people, total. It was dope though, because Famitsu came out. We had IGN came out. We had a lot of people from overseas that showed us love. Thanks to the strength of Q and Milky, and it was really kind of the springboard to making the show a lot bigger. And it's just every year it's been just like you guys. This is our 10th year anniversary here for Bit Summit. So it's kind of been a blessing. I didn't imagine it would happen.
It's definitely
like this.
It's crazy. It's like, going to Bit Summit is definitely a destination event that everyone should go to. And it's just like, I love going. It sucks the 2 years that we couldn't do anything, or we couldn't go out, because I missed going out there. It's like in Kyoto. It's just gorgeous. So, definitely props on that. I know you were writing some notes, so you want to jump in?
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I want to know is, like, how do you find other devs of color community? Obviously, in Japan, there's not, like a plethora of Black people there. So, so how are you connecting with folks?
It's like I said, very small community. So anybody that works in game dev here, a dev of color here, we'll run into each other. Unfortunately, I've been stuck in this office for like the past 2 years. And not really able to like get out and press the flesh and kiss the babies, to really get to know people. But you kind of just run into the same folks at events. People come to Bit Summit, they go to Tokyo Indies, they go to Kyoto Indies, these like, kind of small community events. And you see somebody and you just, give them the nod, the heads up, and then and try to build from there. My homie that I've known for forever, Scott Burford, Scott Popular is his kind of his moniker, but he started in just developing his own game, kind of like in a very small sense, and so you just kind of run into these people. It's not something that it's something you kind of actively have to do. There's also Facebook groups, things like that. But yeah, there's definitely a very small community here of game devs of color.
Yeah, there seems to be the theme with a lot of the developers we talk to, is that you have to build community, you have to connect with people, you have to make an effort to like sort of like cultivate that network. And I think people that are successful are the ones who are actually actively engaging with people, and not that you can't not be successful not doing that, but it just seems to like be a catalyst for it. One of the other things I was like wanted to like know about is, like, I know the gaming scene is different in Japan, and I heard that you guys, there's still like straight up coin operated stuff. Like arcades don't exist here anymore. Like they just don't exist in the States. Is that still a thing there?
Game centers, arcades are not really a thing anymore. Like when I got here 18 years ago, you could still go down to the corner and find game centers, right? Like arcades, and I'd go there and play Marvel vs. Capcom and things like that. But now they're just a really few handful of places that are kind of really FGC kind of oriented, fighting game community oriented. So you have a place, a spot in Shibuya, you have a spot in Ikebukuro or whatnot, where people who are like are in the scene, who want to fight other people or want to be there. Otherwise, it's just your regular like kind of like photo booth stuff, your
claws.
like the more claws, gachapons. I don't know if Dave & Buster's is still a thing in the States, but more event spaces like that. Yeah,
barely.
Than arcades anymore. I mean, worldwide, and that's kind of the thing for Bit Summit this year. Is our tagline is Crossroads. Is that everything is really shifted in the past. I mean, obviously in the past 10, 20 years, and then this year there's been just like this kind of sea change for the way that people interact and through games. So you don't have a lot of these physical spaces. Everybody has moved online, and it can be disconcerting, for old heads like me. Like what are we supposed to do? Where do we go So we want to kind of like be an avenue for the Japanese devs here, and also the devs that, you know, expat devs like myself, to be able to navigate that space, that online space, but also be able to be in an event physically, because I think it's important to be able to talk to people and you know, really present your personality in a way that's not just a screen name. So we have to, like, there's this little crossroads here right now that's going on in games and in I guess the world in general, that we're all trying to navigate, you know.
Yes, that's interesting because, like, you know, just GDC, no one was coming to GDC, and then all of a sudden, it like trickled down. It became this domino effect. Now everybody's coming to GDC because they just want to see people in person, which is just an interesting phenomenon. And actually, like what you're talking about is like, that's what when I would go to Akihabara. I know I'm butchering that, but like Akihabara, yeah. See, I'm like sounding like it's like it's terrible, Middle Eastern or some shit. It's terrible. But I would always want to go to Electric City. That's my way of not butchering it anymore. And just play games against people, you know, and like just because I'm a big fighting game fan, obviously. And just, you know, even in Tokyo, like the Taito Game Center and the Sega Game Center, and from what I heard, a lot of those have been shutting down. But that was like a really good treat because they don't have those in-person things here anymore. Can you talk a little bit about like about Black Sheep and what you've been? Because I would see you at PAX and you're like representing all of these different companies. You're doing production. Can you talk about kind of like what you've been doing in the in the game industry?
Well, I left Q in I think 2015 maybe, and because I was living in Tokyo and working for them remotely, and I left Q to work with the Mega Booth for a while. And when I started working with the Mega Booth, it just kind of became more of a consulting thing where I was helping them with all of their stuff in Asia. Indie Mega Booth, by the way, and from there it just kind of naturally happened, you know, where I was helping other Japanese devs that were trying to get their games overseas, and then also helping any devs from overseas that were trying to get their games into Japan. Just kind of like introducing people to the right folks, you know, working with publishers, working with developers. Through Bit Summit as well, I was going to different countries, through our partnerships with other events, you know, like the Mix or Indiecade or Big in Brazil, just all these different places. So it kind of evolved naturally. Like if you go and like look online for like Black Sheep or something like that, for my company, like I don't have a web page or anything like that. You know, I'm pretty low key. I just try to work with folks that work in projects that I like, and I've been fortunate enough to survive off of that.
No, I feel that for sure. It's actually very similar to like the stuff that we're doing with Black Voice and Gaming and the Mix. Is like you just start to connect people to different places just naturally, and like not really looking for a paycheck, just to help out the community, you know, at large. And then it just so happens you get fitted and you start to have these relationships, kind of like us connecting and like, hey, let's do this. Maybe we could do this. Maybe we could do business together. And it becomes this natural thing because, you know, you're so passionate about this space that it just naturally evolves to you're like making a living, living.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, it's super. I'm super fortunate, super blessed about it. You know, like when I was going to Mix events, you know, at PAX and GDC, and linked up with you. You know, I remember we had lunch. We were like, all right, let's do something. And then, you know, like a year passed. And then I think I came out to E3 one year. And then, like, you gave me a big, like, shout out when you guys were, like, finishing the show. You're like, yeah, we're going to do something at Bit Summit.
I put you on blast.
I was like, oh, sweet. Yeah, all right. And then we had you guys out. So just kind of you know, you have to work with the people that are around you, the people that you feel like are you know, good folks, and kind of, I don't know. It just evolves, right? It's. I think we're all very fortunate to be working in this space and be working with something that we obviously have a passion for and love doing. and yeah, hopefully it continues. I mean, we survived a pandemic, so
Yeah, we made it. I mean, I think that one of the things that's super great about when we talk about community and building that community is the connections that Justin has built with the Black Voices in Gaming. Like all of these developers that we feature on this program are connecting with each other, and I think that it's building this really organic community that is really benefiting everybody.
yeah. I ran into Dez and I think I met Dez in Berlin, like a few years ago. You know, like you just run into people in like
It's
the
crazy.
oddest places. You know, but you got to nurture those connections. That would, if I had any advice for any game devs of of color or otherwise, like you have to kind of keep nurturing your connections with people, and don't burn bridges. You know, just cherish the relationship that you build, because they will guide you in the future. You know, that's my old man knowledge.
That's no, that's a good way to take it out. I was actually I was about to ask you that question, and I think it's really funny is because we were kind of talking ish like a couple weeks ago about some folks that we've talked with before, and we're like, damn, I'm just trying to like talk to you or be cool with you, and then you're like burning this bridge for no reason. But it's like it kind of it creates this trajectory of like, now I don't want to mess with these certain people. So, and I think also as Black folks, we got to really make sure our reputation is sterling. It's like, see, you can't do that. You got to maneuver in such a way. This is interesting. But like, how can we find out more about you, more about Bit Summit and the things that you're doing?
I guess the best way would just be to go to bitsummit.org for all game devs. Submissions are now open. They close on April 15th. And the show is going to be August 5th through the 7th of this year. And it's open to the public this year, so we're super happy about that. We're going to have one day of just biz dev stuff and then one day of public. We're hoping and praying that there's not a big, another big Omicron surge, or not Omicron, but COVID surge, and that will kill travel again. We want to have the mix out, of course, and as many game devs as possible, especially game devs of color. I want to, say what's up to my people. So come out, enjoy the show, have some drinks by the river after the show, and make some friends.
Yes, we hope to come out soon. But thanks so much, John. It was dope. So appreciate it. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Peace. Dude, John is just so dope. Chill. Yeah. Just making things happen. Next up, we have a developer. He's still on there. Okay, great. Clowning. We're going to be chatting with Yada Anderson from Synergia Games and play Eldoran, where you can explore a dangerous world and fight deadly creatures for untold treasure in this Lovecraftian-inspired action RPG game. Let's check out the trailer right now. That was the trailer for Eldoran. The game looks dope. I actually was playing this game for hours while we were testing, and I got hooked. I love action RPGs and sprite-based games with amazing pixels. We have Yada on the line, and we're going to be playing Eldoran, not Elder Rings. So let's make it happen. What's up, Yada?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going?
Yeah, nice. I'm so happy, so exciting. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about this project. And I was watching the talk, and it was nice also to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seriously telling you the truth. The game is super fun. Like, we were here because we were supposed to have you again before I caught COVID, and we were like setting everything up, and I just kept playing the game while everyone was like testing the stream, and the mechanics feel so good, and like just the aspects of leveling your character up are really, really fun. So you've really made something nice. Can you talk about your team? Where you're at in the world, because obviously you're not in the States, and it's interesting to see and talk to folks globally.
Exactly. I mean, nice to hear that you guys like the experience. That's what in the industry is about. The community, that the hope everybody can come and enjoy this industry. Yeah, I'm from Brazil, the Salvador, the state of Bahia. And yeah, I'll do my best with my English. I mean, I can hear better than understand, but as I'm talking about more about the art stuffs, I can, I mean, I can do it better. I mean, so our team, basically, all of us, we are, from different places. Of course, we are working, remotely, like online. Even before this pandemic things, but yeah, I mean, we are almost around 5 or 6 guys, working on it. We have the director, and me in art, guy in animation, the guy in sound, and 2 or 3 guys that doing the code stuffs. So yeah.
Oh, cool. What role do you play on the team?
Yeah, I'm the artist.
Oh, okay. Awesome. What can you talk a little bit about the influences that you've had that help you develop this style of game?
Yeah, of course. This is my first pixel art ever.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
I came from the advertising industry. I'm an illustrator and a graphic designer, but I started to doing some concept art. For my own, by myself, and the director saw my work on the internet, and he said, yeah, this guy can give me what I want, but he have no pixel art job at all. And he called me and said, hey, what about this? I have this game. I see your work and I like it, but you have no pixel art in your stuffs. And he asked me if I want to try, and then I start to give him a week, and I Google it and start to learn and read and try something, and then we start. This guy, the director, he's a really talented guy. He have a lot of reference, and he have a good and clear idea about what he wants, and that's why it was possible. He stayed beside me and said, "This is what I want. That's the way. That's the reference." And so we could do this. So that's my first.
That's super cool. That's crazy. It's awesome. I think that's kind of the hustle of a lot of indies. Is if you don't know how to do it, you figure out how to do it, right? And that's very admirable. Admirable. I like muffled that one. That's cool. Can you tell us about and run us through the game, like the story and what Alfonso is doing? Dying.
Yeah, perfect. This is a Lovecraftian world based, and of course we can the base of the structure is the. I mean, this guy is a guy is a mercenary. I don't know the name in English, but people who work for money, whatever it is, and yeah, this guy have some contract with another girl, the big boss one, and it will happen some plot twist between the game basically, and then we got a lot of universe to explore. We have a lot of how can I say this? It's all about Tracy. What's the name in English? Man, this can go because it's missing a lot of words. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good. No, it's all good. It's cool to hear about the world building and some of the structure and some of the monsters and where did some of the ideas for this? I know it's Lovecraftian, but some of the monsters and threats you face in the game.
Yeah, basically, we want to give to the players some classical structure. Of course, all of us have all those kind of reference. It's kind of monster. We are always looking for the big one, the nice one. When we're developing, the director want of course it needs to work on the game as in a level design point of view, but we also want to give to people some classical experience, classical monster, classical creatures, but at the same time with some originality. So that's the balance we are always looking for. We have some, huge ones on this game, and there's some small ones, but I can say this always about if it's fixed or not in the mechanic stuff, something like this. And of course, is you have the mood of Lovecraftian, world, creature, those kind of statics. That's the main guide.
What? So this is your first? Is this your first game? Because you're talking about you were in graphic design and illustration.
Yeah,
before,
that's
right?
my first one in pixel art. I did another one, but it's still finishing. But it was more cartoony, kind of fantasy cartoony, stylish. The digital painting is more turn. This one was my first in pixel art. It was really, really difficult to get in this world, understand how the whole thing is set it. All those, because I designed those sprite kits, and then the developers start to develop those rooms, and then we back and take a look and see it's working, and then back again. So it's really new process for me. But I love it.
What advice?
Really Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, since you kind of hustled through this, figuring out how to do pixel art and design, what kind of advice would you give young developers just trying to get into game development?
Yeah, I'll try to a point of view for development. Be helpful. I studied with a guy, and he always told this.
Nice.
Be helpful.
That's all
Try
right.
your best. Because in the industry, we're really small teams trying to do our best, and if you have a lot of skills, it will help you to be in the project and to help the project. Yeah? So in the development point of view, try to have, it's not about being generalist, it's about being able to help any kind of project in the many ways. As an artist, man, it's difficult because I mean, gaming is a serious thing, really serious thing. You know?
Yeah.
And anything you do, it needs a high quality, independent of the style. So as an artist, you must have the ability to keep the quality and the structure. I had to design all those creatures, environments, props, in every scene. Need to keep the level and the style. It's not easy. So as an artist, yeah, be prepared to a really high challenge.
You gotta hustle. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I was also gonna ask, like, it's crazy. It's kind of like for this journey on Black Voicing in gaming today, we went around the world pretty much. John is in Japan. We had someone in Montreal. We had another developer in Germany, Dez, who's been all over the world. Can you talk a little bit about the development scene in Brazil? Like, how is the camaraderie and how does it play out?
Yeah, I mean, everybody know that we have been some problem with our government, and they took off a lot of investments in cultural and those kind of stuffs, and it compromised this industry here right now. But we were kind of start to develop some good things. I believe here in Brazil because it's so mixture, and we have a lot of talent guys here. I always think that you come from a country or a city or a structure with no too much money. It invites you all the time to be more creative. If not, you can do nothing. So I believe that we always have a potential, but we are still working hard to start to develop some name or position in this industry. But yeah, I mean, with internet today, the whole world is just one, so it's so easy to to study, to look for reference. Yeah, that's it. I mean, today we are really optimistic, and I believe that somehow in some way we'll do our we'll have our identity also on this industry maybe.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think the most popular games are in Brazil right now that folks play?
Good point. Let's talk about those AAA, the Elder Rings. That's everybody. Yeah, and
yeah,
I believe we here in Brazil, the type of players, they more about casual, the hyper casual players. Of course, there's community of gamers. Yeah, of course, this exists, but I believe we really like games like soccer, and but I believe today, as in the any place, Elden Ring is something that everybody's talking about.
Yeah, that's cool. It was kind of hilarious because before, and I knew Elden Ring was coming out, but then when we were playing today and it was like Eldoran, it's like so close to Elden Ring. I'm wondering if you guys are thinking about possibly changing the name last minute, or are you gonna kind of like utilize that to your advantage? Have you guys talked about that?
Yeah, good point. I saw kind of GIF, like meme. I don't know the name in English, but those kind of joke with image. That's what amazing. There was a guy, and they took the logo and said Elder and that little heart, and then and the rand, and then the guy says what, and the heart stopped to beating and say Elder Ring. There was a kind of joke with this. I believe.
Oh,
that
I get it. Someone like made someone made like a little meme. That's hilarious.
Yeah, meme.
Yeah, because I could see
yeah.
That's funny because I could see people like basically talking stuff about it and be like, oh yeah, they're trying to like use the name, and you're like, no man, we've been working on this for like 4 years.
Exactly. That's the point. I think we have the name first because we have more than 7 years designed this.
7 years? Wow.
Yeah.
I did not realize that's crazy.
Yeah. Is it already on the Steam? It's already there. So our director, this guy is really good with names, so he knew this name would work in elder, older, and land. Come on, this is not. And we are surprised.
Mic drop, son. No.
Yeah, and we are surprised. Oh, why doesn't anybody use this name? It's so unique, and it was able, it was there. So he just used it. So Elden Ring, come on, I don't know, maybe they cop us. Yeah.
That's hilarious, yo. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, so where can we find out more about Eldoran and your team? And do you have any more like insight on when you're going to be releasing? The game is dope.
Yeah. We already in the Steam. So guys, please go there and wishlist, and we already have a website, elderring.com, and of course Facebook, Twitter, and those in the community, Discord. Reddit maybe. Yeah.
For sure. Well, thank you so much, Yada, for joining us. We hope to talk to you soon again, and please feel free to reach out. We would love to work with you on other stuff.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much. Thank you guys for the opportunity again. So, yeah.
We appreciate it. It's a wonderful game. Thank you.
We'll see you later. That was really dope. That game is tough, and I think you actually were playing a loaded game, so you were like jumped into the middle of it.
Yeah, I was like, all right, let's go.
You were making stuff happen. We're gonna shout out to our partners for today's show, Raw Fury for helping us get this series started, and funding throughout the year. PlayStation has been amazing. Razer, we have some other ones popping in. What about the Steam page, Alfonso?
Definitely go to the Steam page, the Mixed Steam page, featuring the Black Voices in Gaming game titles. Check those out. Also, go ahead and buy those titles and wish list the ones that are not available. That definitely helps the developers and get some check that box.
What else are we? That's hilarious. I can still hear Yada. What can people look forward to from Black Voices in Gaming? I'm just slapping this one in there.
No, I mean, I think we're going to be looking forward to basically growing this community, bringing it together, adding more developers of color all over the world, as you guys can see from the show, doing marketing, doing streams for these developers, promoting their games, publishing their games, so connecting them with large AAA organizations, and then also producing our own titles ourselves. So that's what you can expect from us.
For sure. And then we also have the freshman class, which we will be gathering some dope indies and doing another poster and shirts and that type of thing, showing them love and working with the press on that. Special thanks to Wilmer Sound. We're in their beautiful facility in Berkeley. This place is amazing. We set up shop here at the Mixed Team Media One, a la Joel in the corner, Mary in the crevice. I'm just kidding. Again, my name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of the Mixed Black Voices in Gaming, and also one of the advisors on the Black Game Developer Fund. And I am with my homie Alfonso.
Thank you for letting me be here with you again. Awesome.
For sure. It's been a great day. You could follow Black Voice in Gaming at BVI Gaming on Twitter. Check out the games on blackvoicesingaming.org. We are updating lists constantly. You can also follow The Mix on Instagram and Twitch at Media Indie Exchange, on Twitter at Indie Exchange, and me at Icy J Man. Thank you for joining us. We will see you soon. Peace.